Welcome back, everyone. All of you, you are watching the grand finals of the Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series Fall Edition, brought to you by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV alongside Blackjack, and today we have, the El Clasico. Wait a minute. Am I, Jack, am I reading this correctly? Am I seeing the stream
Hmm?
title correctly? Is it
You are.
really Shaheens up against Hunters
Yes.
LFO? A different matchup in the best of five. Wow.
Now that's not something that happens all too often, folks. As we go into the matchups,
Yeah.
it is indeed Shaheens and Hunters LFO that are going to be taking each other on for, of course, all the stakes, all the prizes. 10 points in the South Asian National Qualifier point system, and of course, 1200, potentially 1200 US dollars. So the second place goes 8 points and 600. So there's a lot, of course, to have, even if you do play second. But of course, that top spot offers just a whole lot more. And of course, so many bragging rights over your enemies, especially for Shaheens right now. Their run this time around has certainly been quite something to keep our eyes on and to be casting it so far. And of course, now against the Hunters, well, we know from matches before, they've lost to the Hunters many a times, and they've definitely got a bone to pick here today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Shaheens, they have been on the up and up for so much of the duration that we have had of this, 2022 competitive year in South Asian Rainbow Six, and seeing the editions of Pro Series, seeing the progression of Shaheens as well, right? In the summer edition, they were in the top four. Now they're in the top two. They're in the grand finals. Just like every single team out there, the three editions of Pro Series are distinct yet different to one another. Even if you win in one of the series, doesn't mean that you'll have a confirmed spot in the other. We had the open qualifications as well. The registrations were there. They started all the way back at during the start of September. Now we're here, grand finals. It is the final day we have of the Pro Series, and as a matter of fact, this will be the final match played in the Pro Series in this competitive year before, of course, we start with South Asian Nationals. Since it is the final match, definitely there's a lot of prize on the line and a lot of pride on the line as well with regards to South Asian National points.
That it absolutely is. Of course, for the Hunters, excuse me right there. Of course, for the Hunters, I mean, they've pretty much secured top seed by now. After winning and
Yeah.
going up to grand finals, they get themselves a minimum of 8 points, as you can see in second place, should they end up losing today. Now, I know that CCV is absolutely, for lack of a better term, baller prediction, right?
Yes.
Allows for a Hunters 3-1. We'll see whether or not that happens. But even if Hunters somehow lose this matchup, they'll get 8 and they'll move on to 28 points, which still keeps them at the very top. However, Shaheens, for the time being, as you can see, of course, as they are yet to be knocked out of the running, their points will be updated later on. But they'll go from 2, if they lose today, all the way to 10 points, putting them in fourth place, pretty much solidifying their fourth place run here. Or if they
Exactly.
win, then they'll get 12 points. That's also a lot, that is to be certain. Mercenaries, of course, getting eliminated yesterday. That puts them now on 22 points in total. And that's still going to keep them second place, regardless of the result today. So Mercenaries can be happy with their overall run, but I'm pretty sure they themselves will like to, they like to have a better performance going into the Nationals than they ended up having
Yeah.
in this season.
I mean, same for Kira Esports as well, right? Kira are
Mm-hmm.
confirmed to be in the third place regardless of what happens in these grand finals. So, keeping that in mind, Kira will definitely be rejoicing the fact that they have that third seed in the South Asian Nationals. But seeing how exactly the fall season went for their side, they also will have that little bit of disdain then in them that they could have improved and they really should have had a better performance. And speaking of performances, not only are we going to be taking a look at the grand finals, of course, Hunters and Shaheens against each other, but we can see the full overview of the playoffs of how the top eight went against each other. And we're talking about Kira and MRCZ, right? The other two stronger teams out there. Of course, they met up against each other in the upper bracket semifinals. Mercenaries defeated them 2-0. Kira then went on in the lower brackets. They lost to Team Phalanx. Team Phalanx gave a brilliant effort against Shaheens as well. Their run came to an end. MRCZ then lost to Shaheens in the lower finals yesterday, and now Shaheens are here. So Shaheens, from being outed by Mercenaries in the first stage of the upper bracket quarterfinals, they went to the lower brackets right at the start itself. They defeated MLT. They defeated Won't Stop Peaking. They defeated Shaheens. They defeated Mercenaries. They took their revenge. And just like the side of Hunters LFO in the spring edition, who had been outed by MRCZ in the upper bracket quarterfinals, who went all the way through the lower brackets, Shaheens have made a full recovery and now they're here in the grand finals. Question is, will they end up taking the win or not?
That is the question, isn't it? Of course, as this match again is going to be one for the ages, folks. Like the
Yeah.
pretty much historic match that we had in the upper bracket final between Hunters and Mercenaries. I say historic, right? In the brackets it showed a 2-0, and you might be misled into thinking that that was a quick finish game. No. Mercenaries gave it their
Mm-hmm.
all, and Hunters had to do two comebacks, pushing into a double overtime 2-0, one of which went all the way down to round 15. The second one was an 8-6 round 14 finish. So Hunters were definitely given a run for their money. And today as well, Shaheens will be looking to do largely the same thing. We'll check out the maps between these two teams in just a moment, dear folks, as some of the maps will certainly be very interesting. So, actually, let's have a look at them right now. The maps that both these teams are bringing in. Keep in mind, this is a best of five, so there'll be five maps in total. From the Hunters, we are seeing Theme Park and Clubhouse. From the Shaheens, we're seeing Villa and Oregon, and our decider will be Bank. It's pretty interesting to me that Skyscraper isn't being brought out by the Hunters here. They did play it against Shaheens once, and if I recall it correctly, it was pretty successful back in the
Yeah.
qualifiers for the summer edition. So interesting to see that they've
Yes.
decided to not go for that map this time.
I mean, they won it against Shaheens in the summer edition, of course. Even Mercenaries, in the quarterfinals, they won the map of. Yeah, in the quarterfinals, the upper bracket quarterfinals right now in the fall edition, they won the map of
Mm-hmm.
Skyscraper against Shaheen 7-0, that was. But yesterday, MRCZ ended up losing 2-7 on that very map. And I think seeing that result may have deterred Hunters from going to that map, and they might have been like,
Right.
okay, you know what,
Mm-hmm.
let's not take a risk on Skyscraper. We can choose Clubhouse. Theme Park, of course, is going to be ours, and for Shaheens it's the same strategy. One of the major theories we have seen during the entirety of this during the entirety of the playoffs of this fall edition of the Pro Series is that teams in their map vetoes, every single best of three, they are not looking to completely ban out their opponent's best maps always. That's a second priority of theirs. Their prime objective is to just pick maps where they are very strong, and we can see that replicated in the map veto as well. We'll have a look at the map selection. Let's see the order in which these maps will be played. Chosen by Shaheens, Villa it is first, makes a lot of sense. Chosen by Hunters, Theme Park second, that's also quite logical. Oregon and Clubhouse, these two are more of the dicier maps because we have seen so much of both of these maps. There is a likelihood that maybe Hunters can also win on Oregon, even if Shaheens have picked it. There is also the chance Shaheens can win on Clubhouse. And Bank, maybe we may not see Bank. So far in the grand finals, we have never seen a decider map. This time, there is that likelihood, but there's not much point talking about Bank right now before the pre match presentation itself.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much is a given here, right? Like same with the best of three, right? We usually don't talk about that third map, the decider map, until we know for sure that we are going to it, right? And especially when it
Yeah.
comes to the BO5 or the grand finals, where it could end on map three, it could end on map four, since there's two other entire maps that need to be played and conditions need to be met before we can go to map 5. It doesn't bear much talking about it. And in this case, Bank, of course, a map that's not actually played too often. When it comes to SA Siege, we don't see this map all that much. So for Shaheen's, map 5 will probably be a make or break situation should it go all the way down to the wire. But of course, we're going to be starting things off with Villa, with Hunters on the attack first. No real surprises there. They are going to be attacking on Villa because they do get the
Yeah.
map pick, right? It is Shaheens' map pick, so they get the side pick. They decide, okay, we'll just play defense second. Villa is a defender-sided map. And given what they did against Mercenaries on Villa, I am not surprised that they have gone for that decision. Even if it's a 5-1 first half for the Shaheens, unlikely as they may sound, Hunters can still make a comeback from there. They did it before, they'll do it again.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, even yesterday, we saw the likes of Shaheens on that map of Villa against MRCZ, and Shaheens did end up winning 7-5, but Mercenaries were looking dead set on making that comeback. Shaheens actually had established a 4-0 lead at the start on their defense, but Mercenaries came back swinging. They won the final 2 rounds on attack, 4-2 half. They won the initial 2 rounds on the defense as well, 4-4 half, but then Mercenaries unfortunately just couldn't close it out, which is why Shaheens won there. So Hunters have had wins against MRCZ recently on the map of Villa. Shaheens have had wins against MRCZ on the map of Villa. There's a reason why we are talking about Mercenaries so much is, of course, yes, we do miss them in the grand finals, but right now, the only standard, the only benchmark we can use against both of these teams to compare them is their performance, or are their performances against Mercenaries. But now we are going to be seeing them playing against each other. The grand finals are right here. We have not seen Hunters versus Shaheens in the entirety of the fall edition of the Pro Series. We are seeing it for the first time and for the last time for a while before both of these teams head on forward into the South Asian Nationals. So Villa is a go, and we start things off in the most Rainbow Six manner possible, with Thatcher being taken off the board.
Oh boy, here we go. Thatcher off the board, no real surprises there. Villa is about to be live, folks. We're going through the bans one by one. Hunters taking their sweet time with this second attacker ban of the day so far, and they're going to decide to ban the Flores. Makes sense, of course. Flores and the RCE Retero drones are just such a nuisance if you're not willing to play mute on the defense. And we've seen teams forgo the mute every now and again. Not so much on Villa, but think maps like Chalet, Oregon, even Clubhouse every now and again. Teams feel like not really playing the mute. They want to bring in other operators like Oryx, Azami, so on and so forth. Sometimes even the Mozzie as well for denial of information. Speaking of denial of information, Valkyrie will be banned here once again. And I think Shaheens won't be banning the Mira. I don't know if they will. They probably will end up doing it anyway, just to have safety on the second half of the attack. No, they're going to ban the mute. Okay, so there's no Flores, and drones will be pretty much running free all over the map because the mute has just been banned. That's a big ban as well. So information gathering will not be there for the defenders, but information denial will not be there to the same extent unless you're playing an operator like Mozzie, which I don't think Shaheens will be for now. But with all that being said, folks, the bans are done. So let's have a look at the 10 players here in the grand finals of the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition. Hunters LFO, of course, with their roster that at this point needs no introduction, but let's go through it anyway. Sparko, Jittery, Beat, Rattler, and Sandy. And from the side of the Shaheens, we have Skywalker, Envy, Caesar, Mighty Ellie, and Doctor. And with all that out of the way, folks, it's been a long preamble. It's been a long road and a long time coming. But let's go into round number one of the grand finals.
It indeed has been a long preamble, and to that I just gotta say, we, the people of South Asian Rainbow Six community, are definitely going to be enjoying this grand finals right in front of us. So for the side of Shaheens, we are having a look at their defense, and honestly this defense hasn't gone through all that much when it comes to changes, in their strategy, in their setup. It's the same operators usually. This time, yes, mute has been banned, so a couple of changes. Time and time again, we have seen Mighty early on the Bandit as well. This time he's on the Goyo. But apart from that, yeah, Doctor's the Alibi. Vamai is present. The Jaeger Vamai combo being run on Aviator Games. Once they head on over to Trophy Statuary, we'll be seeing Castle being brought out. But already, we are seeing some kills. And it is going to be the knock Beat with the sneaky entry towards basement to pick off Caesar. Really good kill right there. And already things are off with a bang. But again, a silent bang as is. Those Two words are an oxymoron, I do realize, silent bang. However, we are seeing Hunters LFO still making plenty of noise and looking to make a lot of commotion towards this astronomy trophy area.
Absolutely. Going on the long clear right now as Doctor's going to find one and Beat's going to go down
Oh,
as well. Doctor with an early double from out of nowhere. The alibi looking strong right now. Will go out to close to the red stairs landing. Around to Fox window right now. Doesn't see anything off of it. Will fall back. Very low on HP, mind you. The alibi is, and there is no Thunderbird involved, but I don't think the Doctor's going to be too fussed about that right now. Looking for a potential third out by main stairs, maybe out by study, but of course the attackers on the other side of the map. As Jittery fires back with one more, and there goes Envy as Sandy gets a third for Hunters. Now it's a 3v2. The body count has been turned back in the favor of the attackers, but the thing is, 3 attackers remaining, and they have yet to take control of 90 and even the landing of red stairs, and that, of course, is a very important area. Vulcans are going to be popped. Mighty Ellie has the sights on one. Here comes a Zofia projectile, a second one, a third one. Sandy will take damage, trying to burn out all of these utilities here towards the aviator side. It looks like a vault breach has gone off in the meanwhile. Ooh.
oh, another kill for Doctor with the MX4 Storm as well, further equalizing the man count and now pressure dead center on the side of Hunters LF4. Because, okay, sure, when it comes to map control, they've breached towards Vault as well. They're looking for the kills, but they need to find it. Sandy jumps in, Mighty Early takes one player off, but goes down the process. It's now a 1 versus 1 between the top fraggers of their respective teams. Chitry's got 2, Doctor's got 3, and Doctor very low on HP. Chitry's going to make a run for it. He pushes forward. There's that pistol spam, but Doctor secures it nonetheless. The man who started the round with 2 kills also ends it in such a similar manner. Headshot it is, and it's the same weapon, the same player, and a 4K to start off the grand finals.
That's certainly quite the way to start things off for the side of the Shaheens there. Brought it very close, Hunters, but of course it wasn't quite as, they weren't able to quite push over the edge. A good start from the side of the Shaheens, as we've had a little bit of a technical difficulty right here, so a little bit of a pause has been taken. Don't worry, folks, we'll just get everything set and ready, and we'll be going back into the
Yeah.
match without much delay. Though I would like to talk about that first round that we did see. Overall, I feel like Hunter's probably, starting up once again, getting the engines revving, really seeing what the Shaheens are capable of here. Doctor definitely doing
Right.
a lot in that round, 4K no less. But the rest of the Shaheens did, unfortunately fall by the wayside a little bit. Not too much coming out from the rest of them, which of course facilitated Doctor having to hold on to the second half of the round because the early picks were fantastic, right? There was no way anyone could have done about beat the Nook coming up from below, getting the roamer from the first floor, but it was all on Doctor to hold down Trophy Statuary and the astronomy side, and that's exactly what he did. And credit where credit is due for that. But as soon as the side push happened, again, everyone just kind of fell by. Mighty Ellie did catch one,
Right.
and while that was a very good kill, in the 2v1, Mighty Ellie once again going down in an unfortunate situation. Jittery didn't have too much time and kind of had to really rush into the site to try and stabilize the situation, maybe get the round win. It didn't quite work out. So that's round 1 in a nutshell for all of our viewers at home. And let's go back to the match. Round number 2 is underway.
All right, so yet again, first bomb site is going to be a success for Shaheens, no matter how they achieved it. They're going to go to Trophy and Statuary, and this time, okay, no castle brought out. Rather, it's going to be Envy on with the Azami Kiva barriers to, go for all of those similar-esque plays that I always say. Like, in this kind of strategy, you use the Kiva barriers as an informal castle barricade. I think that was what I called it yesterday, where you're using it in more weirder places. Obviously, you're improvising where you need it, and wherever they're being pre-placed as well, they're not going to be as strong as a traditional castle barricade, since they can be destroyed with relatively a lot lesser, melee hits from the attackers. But still, they're going to be a nuisance nonetheless, which is why Hunters have to look out for them, and Hunters will still have to watch out for, any peaks that will happen from defenders. Because if we have learned one thing from this playstyle of Shaheens, is that these guys, they are relentless with their peaks, with their frags, with their kills. They are not going to stop until there are zero enemies on the board. They are going to keep on just pressuring the attackers time and time again. On the defensive Shaheens, this happens on the attack as well. It's a similar case. So hunters need to just, learn how to handle this unbrittled aggression every single round.
That is for sure. The aggression from the Shaheens is going to be turned up as Envy gets a big one to start things off, playing inside of the bedroom behind Anazami Kiba. Unfortunately, Skywalker disconnected in the middle there, so that will be cause for a potential pause going forward into round number 3. But we'll get to that in just a moment, folks. As right now, again, Hunters losing Sandy this time, Zofia. So utility burn, and of course, those concussions, the impacts, so many things that the Zofia can do no longer in play. And for Sandy, of course, not the best of starts when it comes to this map of Villa. We saw what Sandy could do back in that Mercenaries match. Again, going back to it, but Sparko's going to go down as well. Caesar has been DBNO'd. I think that was the Twitch Jittery getting that down. Unfortunately, there's not going to be much that comes from it, as Envy has to be careful in the bedroom door. Jittery has jumped in, and the Twitch is looking for a kill here. Envy could potentially get one. Coming right to the rotate. Jittery just walks in, gets one. Doctor finds Rattler in the meanwhile. Mighty Ellie comes around, gets another. Unfortunately for the Hunters, once again, a collapse, as it's all down to
Yeah.
beat the lone sledge.
Well, Jittery, yet again, a good move from him. Try and catch the defenders off guard. Obviously, he did catch Envy, but that was that. As soon as the remaining defenders converged into the bomb site, there was no way the Twitch was going to get out of there alive. The remaining teammates already falling off the side of Hunter. Shaheen's picking them off one by one. Even in a 4 versus 4 scenario, means that Beat has a lot of work to do. However, he isolates 2 gunfights. Now, the biggest challenge in front of him. Beat has got no frag grenades. He's got 1 drone. Does he use that? Well, he's just going to be holding the angle. Doctor swings wide and gets his 6th kill of the entire game. So once more, the person who got the final kill in the first round wins it again for his team in yet another 1 versus 1. Shaheens are on a 2-0 and a timeout has been called as we all wait for Skywalker to rejoin.
All right, so once again, Shaheen's pulled down into the 1v1, and Doctor was once again in the 1v1. You'd have to say, Doctor, I mean, 2 rounds could just be a coincidence, right? But if you see this happen again for like a third or a fourth round, then there's definitely a pattern going on here. But,
Mm-hmm.
jokes aside, I will say that again, it feels like Shaheens, when they're aggressive, they do it really well, right? Their coordinated aggression seems to be working on the
Right.
hunters, but at the same time, when the hunters fire back, like when Jittery just walked in the breach, right? Or when Beat right at the end there was peeking angles left and right, trying to find these players and kind of peeking aggressively as well. He wasn't exactly sitting in one place for too long. There was a
Mm-hmm.
sense of Shaheen's not quite being able to keep up, maybe. And if the hunters are able to really get their engines running, then it could spell a little bit of disaster. I'm not full disaster. I'm not going to say doom or something like that, but it could spell a little bit of trouble for them once the hunters get their engines running. We saw again the reason I
Right.
say that once the hunters get their engines running, right? Because against mercenaries, and I know, people are probably tired of hearing that mercenaries match analysis by now. But against the Mercenaries, they lost their first 3 rounds before they even took a first round back. And it was the same, right? Mercenaries started defense first. Hunters had intentionally picked for attack first to play defense second, the usual fare when it comes to maps that are defender sided. And overall, again, Hunters were here before. They probably, I don't know about the third round. I'm not going to make any predictions for which rounds they might win or might not win. But I'm just saying it looks
Mm-hmm.
mighty similar to what's going on here. Mercenaries in those first 3 rounds as well had to contend with 2 VX situations, 1 VX situations as well. And then the Hunters, once they got onto the defense second half, man, did they start running, because it wasn't even a walk. It wasn't like, oh, we're just going to start walking, start running, get things going. No, no, no. It was straight sprint all the way to overtime. So yeah, Shaheens will definitely have to be wary of that. They'll definitely have to, make sure that they nip any sort of potential comeback in the bud before,
Right.
Hunters can really blossom that particular possibility into reality. But right now, of course, once again, a pause. Like CCV said, we are just waiting on Skywalker to rejoin. As soon as they do, we'll go right back into the game, folks. Don't worry. We know that the grand finals is quite the match that a lot of you have been waiting for. And again, just the sheer fact that Shaheens have made it this far will mean that a lot of Shaheens fans will also be, patiently waiting to see the result of this game. It is quite the match to be playing, right? Against the Hunters, no less, the top of the region.
Yep.
So there's definitely a lot of stakes. Even without the prize pool and points, there's just a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that because there's so many patterns finally being broken when it comes to, the general grand finals tradition as is for the Pro Series. Of course, one could argue that it's prior to this, there have only been two grand finals, so what kind of pattern there is. But regardless of all that, the entire community, we all know MRCZ and Hunters, it's been that back and forth and back and forth. Of course, both of these teams, they've had roster changes. They've had, even for Hunters, they've had that organization change as well after, with them primarily, earlier used to being Union Gaming, now they are Hunters. There have been multiple changes, but this kind of a classic matchup is something that has transcended beyond just, I'd say rosters, and transcended beyond just team names as well. It's become the thing, and now we're seeing it not happen in a grand finals, in a best of five. So definitely a lot of eyes on Shaheens, which is why they're delivering as well, on whatever standard they have set for themselves and whatever the community expects out of them. They're going above and beyond to go for that. Villa is the map, it has been selected, it's being played as first. Shaheens, yes, it's defender sided. The way in which they're going for these gunfights as well, although a bit shaky, still lends them to be on top. And for Hunters, yeah, the point you were making earlier with them, trying to counter this aggression by going for the peaks itself, they can go for that. The only thing is, if that happens, both of these teams need to realize that they'll be moving away a lot from the strategic aspect of Siege, and they'll be focusing primarily on kills, kills, kills. This is something we saw yesterday on the map of Skyscraper between Shaheens and Mercenaries, where in the defense of Shaheens, we didn't even see the bomb site. We didn't even talk about the bomb site, Baba and I was actually very surprised that we didn't talk about it because we barely saw the bomb site. Only in a single round did MRCZ manage to plant the diffuser and then try and play the post plant. Other than that, Shaheens were maintaining such a high line of defense. MRCZ were always contesting that defense early on, that it meant most of the kills happened far off the bomb site on the same floor, just on the opposite sides. That can also happen on Villa. The only thing is, will Hunters go for that, or are they still prioritizing executing, getting the breach done, and only then moving in forward?
That is a good question, actually, and I do want to see if Hunters will change things up from the way Mercenaries played it yesterday, as I'm pretty sure they will. I'm pretty sure they're gonna try it, right? Getting breach done, getting in the
Yeah,
site, all
yeah,
that stuff. Standard takes will be attempted, but if the Shaheens are able to successfully repel them, which just like in these first rounds, especially Trophy Statuary, the reason I want to talk about that is because Trophy Statuary involves a breach and execute play on the bedroom wall,
yeah.
right? So instead of having that wall triple reinforced, they have a rotate open into the bedroom window corner, and they have an Azami blocking off the main window that's directly in front of that rotate, and the Azami is actively playing there, so actively challenging. Now, bathroom window is a direct counter angle to that, right? But I believe the Hunters hadn't quite droned it out yet, which allowed for the Azami to get that first kill and walk back casually as he please. And that is something that they'll need to work on before you start executing on the site. Get your drones in there, get your information, because on Villa, attackers will only win rounds based on how much intel they have. Defenders don't need as much,
Yeah.
because breaking doors and breaking barbed wire, all of that gives away so much noise about where the attackers are coming from. You almost always know where to expect a push from. But for the attackers, that's not quite the case. Defenders don't have to do so many things, right? They just can sit in any one of the n number of props that are in the map, n number of bulletproof covers, and so on and so forth, behind the bed, behind the window with the Kiba barrier, behind a breach, behind a deployable shield, behind the what is it, the model deer in trophy, right? So on and so forth.
Yeah.
There are so many positions that attackers have to watch for. So intel becomes a big thing. And I definitely feel like Hunters in these first rounds have had a bit of a lack of intel type situation. Beat getting that first kill in round one felt like an intel based kill. because the Nook had to make the active decision to go from below. There had to be a drone on that roamer's position. That's how that kill went off. But after that, I feel like there's been a bit of a lack of intel, which is ironic because Mute isn't even being played here. So, I mean, he's banned, right? How will he
Mm-hmm.
be played? So,
Yeah,
it's a
exactly.
little ironic. Yeah, it's a little ironic that it feels like hunters don't have the kind of intel that they would want. But at the same time, I can't exactly discount it from happening because, again, if the way the defenders are moving around, they'll probably end up finding a bunch of these drones as well, right? So they will get shot out, they'll get denied, so on and so forth. There's a lot of back and forth that happens that we can't even talk about in the match because we're so focused on how the execute itself is actually happening. Drone phases don't get too much of a highlight because of that reason. We're wondering what the execute is, operator lineups, so on and so forth, gadget lineups as well. Who's bringing secondary EMPs or secondary breaches or claymores or smokes? Depending on that, we can form a whole storyline about how a round might go. But then all of that can be thrown out of the window within a second because the drones were either in great positions or not. So we've rambled on long enough, folks. Let's go back into the match as we have the players back in. And as soon as we get the ready confirmation, there we go. Timer is resumed. Round 3 on first floor dining room and kitchen from the Shaheens is now a go.
So again, considering Shaheens are on defense first for the previous, like for the initial 6 rounds, I don't think we'll be seeing any different bomb sites compared to this. It's only once hunters go into their defense that I like to see living room library brought out yet again, as usually is their case, and as usually things go with them. But right now, now that hunters are well aware what the bomb site is going to be, 100%. Are there any major changes they're making? I mean, we're seeing Rattle on the Dokebe, and he is not really going for the attack or repick. Less than 10 seconds remain. So not having a primary vertical player, no sledge, no buck, either means that hunters are really bringing those breaching charges, and then they'll be looking to move on forward, which, okay, to be fair, there are Beat has got them, Sandy's got them, so that is their plan. But Rattler with the DMR as the Dokebi will be looking for that extra bit of information, and this I think ties into Jack, the point you were making about about information or like a lack thereof for the side of hunters to an extent. Now that they just don't have the regular drones, you've got the Twitch drones as well, you've got the Dokebe pings once they'll happen, IQ for all the utility to be sought out and to be destroyed from the side of the defenders is going to be a nice choice. So hunters are definitely honing in on those capabilities of theirs and adjusting their composition to focus more on getting that intel and getting that and moving forward with all of that information that, okay, the defenders are right here, defender utility is here, how exactly do we counter that? And Jittery, and he was just holding and waiting for that angle. Envy once more, he wanted to go for that Azami play, he wanted to place the Kiba barrier, and just like the previous round, as soon as he attempted that, he was shut down.
There goes Skywalker as well as the Sophia will fire off. Sandy getting one, nearly getting a second. The alibi doctor. Gotta be careful here. Ooh, that's... Oh, wow. Okay, the Pulse got down. I thought that was a trade for a second, but Rattler goes down. The Pulse just barely getting away with that kill. But mind you, Mighty Ellie being down is something not too great. Jittery will stop Doctor before the rampage of the alibi can go on for long. And Jittery with 3 back-to-back. Not even, like, what, 10 seconds in that moment. As he gets the confirmation on Doctor, gets the Pulse, who's already down on the ground, and of course finishes off Doctor on the flank, as not Doctor, excuse me, Caesar, who was the Jaeger on the flank. That's some big stuff for Jittery, and again, a pretty solid round overall, but, Doctor, once again, was probably thinking to, become a massive, massive thorn in the Hunter's side right there. So it's good that Jittery was able to shut down that alibi before things got too dicey. And mind you, Sandy could have potentially had that kill earlier as well, but Doctor, being the slippery customer that he is, managed to get away. So the Hunters will put a round on board, so it seems like it won't exactly be an absolutely dominant first half, as Hunters definitely feel like they're slowly acclimating to the Shaheens' style of play. The Dekebi from Rattler definitely seemed to help with the phone calls and so on and so forth, at the very least to keep the Hunters relatively informed about what to expect. But speaking of the Dekebi, Rattler's going to be 6th picking or attacker re-picking out of that operator into the Lion this time.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, from the side of the Hunters, they definitely want to make sure that they get as much information as possible, or they know the most about the whereabouts of these Shaheens players, I gotta say. And keeping that in mind, Shaheens definitely, they'll be looking forward to work around that to an extent, or they'll be looking to have their own measures set up. Because, I mean, especially after this round, realizing Rattler's that one player who is picking operators for this very specific purpose. The rumors, most importantly, people who are not inside the bomb site moving around, people like Caesar, Doctor, Fawn the Jaeger, and Alibi, time and time again, they've got to figure out their movement, and they've got to nail it down. But still, won't be that much of a problem. Early on, you just have to focus on the kills. Early on, you just have to focus on the fact that where you can find these attackers and how exactly you can get rid of them, no matter what place it is, no matter what the angle is. And this is a brilliant example of that. Right next to the bomb site, Sparko, he watches that window. Envy is present, but now the Vamai backs off as the Vamai realizes his life is a lot more important than trying for an early kill, and it's not his duty on the defense to go for those early kills. That job can be left to the Jaeger, that job can be left to the Alibi. They can deal with that. The Vamai has got to stay alive to generate as many magnets as possible. As for the attackers, all of them need to start with their attacking responsibility. All of them need to start pushing into angles. But Jittery, the MVP of the previous round, tried that. This time he shut down as the first casualty.
That's definitely going to be hurting the hunters right here. They love having Jittery just go all in as soon as possible in a given round, or even later in the round. Just have Jittery alive and active. That's all that really matters for them sometimes. But Sandy, seems like Sandy and the rest of the team will have to pick up the pace for Jittery, unfortunately, as Rattler will find one. That's mighty gone. The Goyo will be taken care of. And there goes another Rattler with two now, finding the Jaeger. Doctor, this will be a big push out. Sparko has to be careful on the ball. Alibi is looking mighty dangerous as Beat goes down, but Skywalker will be refragged on. Sandy coming around the front of the stairs. Sparko getting taken out by Envy. That's diffuser drop on the front side. That's massive right now for the attackers because they need to recover the diffuser, which means they'll have to split their resources evenly. Rattler will be the one going for the recovery. Sandy, in the meanwhile, trying to hold on the front, has actually breached into the site, as though might try to come around here. Gone into study, Sandy isn't able to find where these defenders are. Shots are fired. Envy just about gets Rattler, and Doctor as well will get the Zelfia. Unfortunate for the Hunters. This round could have actually gone their way, but a couple of mistakes and a very unfortunate diffuser drop meant that the round was unfortunately lost by then. As Shaheens will make it 3-1 and pretty much guarantee themselves a minimum of a 3-3 first half here. As for the Hunters, of course, taking a lead means they'll have to win rounds all the way into the second half.
I think to a certain extent, for the side of Shaheens as well, they're looking to guarantee themselves a 4-2, since once more they're going to go back to trophy and statuary, and once more, it's going to be exactly the same strategy brought out. Zero changes whatsoever, because Shaheens know if it ain't broke, why fix it? It worked the previous round. The last time we saw trophy and statuary. Granted, yes, that round led to a 1 versus 1 between Doctor and Beat eventually, but Doctor was able to secure that. Just like how in round number 1 Aviator in games, it was also 1 versus 1 that Doctor won out. And this time that we saw AVG, Shaheens were a lot more confident, They held and they withered the storm that was being brought out from Hunters. Not only that, but they capitalized off the mistakes that Hunters made, like you had mentioned, and that gave them that further advantage of, having the chances of having better odds in winning that round. So keeping all of that in mind, Shaheens already know trophy and statuary should be theirs, and most of their worries are going to be directed towards that final round that will be happening on kitchen and dining, if and when that happens. So right now, attention is on Hunters. They want to change this, and they want that 3-3, because of course you do. It will give them that opportunity to, make things right in their own defensive half and start their own defense by being in the lead. Not once have we seen Hunters in the lead so far. They've been trailing Shaheens. First, it was that 2-0, then that 2-1. Now it's a 3-1, and Hunters are still not close to equalizing it. So if they can somehow before the end of the first half, it will be all the more important for them. However, in order to do that, they of course need to win most of those, I mean, all of the remaining rounds. So, what is their plan on winning round number 5? It's to attack directly. Don't go for roam clears, don't go on the first floor, just stay next to the bomb side and then go for that execute, go for that attack. But of course, Shaheens are going to try their best to prevent that. Skywalker did a little too much in trying that. He's eliminated, and another member of the SAS class goes off the board. Beat is gone. Shaheens are still not going to give up peeking these angles.
As in the meanwhile, Sparko comes back with a big kill. Envy is down, but Doctor is the one who goes off the board. Going 8-2 so far in these rounds as Mighty Ali finding Jittery. And that, of course, is another massive kill. Jittery 7-4 himself. The two MVPs are currently out of the equation. Rattler will confirm that kill on to the downed Azami. But Caesar finds Sparko, leaving Rattler now the lone hope for the side of Hunters here. Like you said, they need to win this round and the next one, round 6, if they want to make something off of this first half. As Mighty Ali hears the push being, taken by the Iana.
Oof.
And, of course, the proximity sensor alarm giving away the fact that someone has, gotten in the bedroom. You guys might want to check that one out. That they did. They got the kill. And with that, it is now 4-1. That 4-2 looking mighty likely right about now, as we are going to be going back to the first floor dining and kitchen site, the only site that Hunters on the attack have won so far.
Exactly, and Hunters would like for that to be repeated. I know, Jack, you had said, and I even agree to it, that even if, Hunters have like a 1-5 half, in their defense, they can make that comeback. But it's also about the mental aspect of it. Hunters would not like that to happen. So for Shaheens, a 5-1 is definitely going to be highly ideal because it only strengthens their chances of taking an early win on the map of Villa, not giving any opportunity for Hunters to even make that comeback. Because I'm being honest, the one thing we saw yesterday was if Shaheens let their opposition get even an inch, they are going to move forward and take just 9 miles. They are going to keep on, extending their advantage further and further. And, ultimately the lead Shaheens may have can be converted into an equalized score. We saw that yesterday when they were leading 4-0 against MRCZ, but MRCZ converted that 4-0 into a 4-4 towards the very end. Of course, yes, ultimately, Mercenaries ended up losing the map of Villa, but the point still stands. Shaheens have got to be careful. If they have an advantage, which right now they absolutely do, considering the scoreline, they'd like to extend it and not give any opportunity to their opposition to change that. So, plenty of spawn peaks being readied. Envy is just Mike. This is like this is silver match level. But
What?
Jittery, wait!
What?
Don't tell me he gets another. Okay, Envy's there. Jittery, he jumped in. He was looking in the opposite direction. He 180'd and then headshotted Caesar, who was mid-spray.
Well, I guess now we know definitively why they say Jittery is just built different, folks.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my god, I can't even tell you the number of times I've lost a gunfight like that while trying to just do Amaru things, and Jittery out here looking making everyone just look like chumps right now. But the rest of the Hunters will, of course, take that initial kill with a lot of happiness. As
How?
just jittery, just jittery things at this point. Doctor will get beat in return. One C4 kill is taken. Is there a second C4 in play? No, the Pulse had one, but Mighty Ali, of course, is down. And that wallbang definitely will not be helping the Shaheens feel any better about their current situation. As we have the recharges going off, verticality being established, but you got to be careful. These vertical lines of sight are two-way streets. And Jittery is still very low on HP, so he could go down, which would be an equalizer in the body count for both of these teams right now, and that is not something that I think Hunters quite want at the minute.
Oh, they wouldn't like that. So, keeping that in mind, well, they're making sure to take all the precautions against it, yeah. And of course, at the same time, continue forward with their attack. So, 35 seconds on the clock, 3 defenders still alive, still kicking about. Envy now finally goes down. The attackers have moved on towards dining room. They're looking to stick the diffuser, but Sparko goes, and it's all down to Sandy, who was on the second floor. Shaheens retook the bomb site even before the plant could go down. And they want to secure this round. Sandy's location known, and that's going to be brilliant shot from Skywalker through the bomb chassis, held that angle, and got it. It is going to be a 5-1 half, despite a beautiful start from Hunters, with Jittery getting a double kill, one by jumping in and the other by sheer luck, pure skill, whatever you want to call it. Hunters still, unfortunately, could not move on forward with that execute, and it crumbled towards the very end.
I feel like part of the reason that late round execute failed, right? Well, like just flooding the site and going for the plant, is not just that the Takebi was in a bit of an awkward position, right? That definitely happened. But also that the
Yeah.
Zofia, who was still above, probably didn't get enough time to, clear out a different part of the map, because I think the idea was that the Zofia would push in through Memorial, go in towards the dining site, and probably keep whoever is in laundry or on the laundry door side occupied, and or maybe even finish them off while the plant was happening. Then the Melusi could have been taken care of. The Dikabi could have been giving cover, and Sparker would have gotten the plant down, round would be done and dusted. But I feel like the timing was just a little bit off. Sandy probably wasn't given enough time to just, understand the situation and react accordingly, because they themselves didn't have too much time. It was like 25 seconds remaining, and they had to get in there. It takes 7 seconds for the plant, of course. And if you push it all the way down to next to 0 seconds and then the plant starts up, defenders have ample time to push you with their leisure and finish off the kill, right? So Hunters, again, feeling like the communication on them might not exactly be all that pristine today, but it is what it is. It is a 1-5 first half for the Shaheens. We are now in the second half, folks. That means Hunters will be defending. Of course, on Villa, defense is the side you want to be in. And that, of course, is the common knowledge when it comes to maps like this, like Clubhouse, like Theme Park, so on and so forth. But let's see what the Shaheens attack has in store for us. Hunters bringing out the Mira, beat with that Spanish defender immediately. As is the case with a lot of teams on this map, whenever Mira is available, they like to play it, and it seems like Hunters will be doing that at the very least for this round.
So, now that Hunters have brought everything out, right? And yeah, like you said, the Mira being mentioned as well, Hunters really going for that heavy anchor play. The mirror can't be destroyed from below. I mean, the mirror black mirrors can be ejected as well, and the attackers can focus on that if the need be. As a matter of fact, we already have some attackers on the first floor, and as soon as I mentioned that, Doctor picks up the kill on Jittery, who was on the library stairs, meaning smoke has now been eliminated. In Aviator in games, the smoke is the first defender to make a departure. That is not a good look for Hunters, because the smoke is supposed to be the anchor who wins out those late round situations. Hunters have another trick up their sleeves. They've got 3 C4s to deal with any, plants of the diffuser that take place later on. But Shaheens, they are looking strong. They're next to the bomb site. They still have 60 seconds to work in. Skywalker has direct line of sight in towards Aviator and even games towards Vault. He's looking through. Caesar finds one. And these two final defenders, it's not going to be an easy time for them. Beat tosses the C4. Skywalker's already inside the bomb site. Doctor, unfortunate team kill, but it does not matter, because Shaheens now have match point on the map of Villa.
We'll talk about a spray transfer right there, as we saw in the.
That's on his teammate. Oh man.
Yep,
Hey man,
yep.
Doctor happens to the best of us. He won the round. He won the round.
Yep, that's what really matters, right? Doctor has been winning a lot of these rounds for the Shaheens. It's pretty clear that
Exactly.
Doctor really is feeling up to the task today, as we're going to be moving to, once again, it seems like Aviator Games Room from the side of Hunters. They don't want to change sites, which is a little bit out of character for them, I will say. Usually when hunters lose a site, they immediately switch it up, right? And sometimes they even like to go for the absolute uncommon pick right off the beginning. We've seen that before against the mercenaries when they would often go in villa only, often go all the way to first floor library and living room as round one starter, or even round seven second half starter. As we have a look at the scoreboard, you can see Jittery really a cut above the rest in the Hunters roster for this map. 10-6 for the time being, as second place was, in terms of points and kills, was taken by Beat. That was a distant 4-7. But at the same time, Envy 7-6, Caesar and Mighty Ellie 5-5 each, and Doctor, of course, 12-2 in 8 rounds. That is quite the performance so far on this first map. As Envy will start things off. Oh, that's a big drop right there.
That's the top fragger gone.
Jittery. Yep, the top fragger will bite the dust again.
Once more, it's the smoke gone. Once more, first casualty, and once more, no refrags from the side of Hunters. This is going to be biting away at them for time and time again. So yeah, without the Mira, change of plan, change of strategies, is it going to lead to a change in the result? We have to wait and watch, but things are not looking good. Envy far off as the Lion. Alongside the Lion's drone working from above, Envy is just working from a far distance, getting these skills with the DMR. Time after time, kill after kill, Envy is just successful at finding these. And now this is really scary times for Hunters. They are on the brink of losing the map of Villa 1-7 if nothing changes. And a lot now rests on Sparko, Beat, Rattler. The entire map rests on the shoulders of these players. They're still, not going to do anything out of the ordinary. Only take gunfights when it's needed the most, and Beat does exactly that. Not only does he get a headshot, not only is the Twitch gone, Beat takes no HP damage for it whatsoever. He retreats back into the bomb site safe and sound.
That was a clean gunfight for Beat, and something that they absolutely need to do. The Hunters, they've been pretty messy on their gunfight so far, and they've lost a lot of health in areas where they really shouldn't have. Caesar's Gemini will give away the position of the Jaeger. Sparko falling back into the site as a result. You've got a breach going in the meanwhile. That seems to be towards the vault side by the Ace, and this, of course, is a deadly breach. Vault is quite the big thoroughfare for defenders inside of the site. And they're also watching down below for anybody getting any big ideas for a flank right now. But Rattler will find Doctor. That's a big drop. That's a top fragger going down. And this time it's for the Shaheens. Beat, seeing the Lion, does a bit of damage to Envy. Can't quite secure the kill because, of course, there was enough time for the Lion to walk back. Oh! What a shot! Caesar! My goodness, that is straight up Beat just saying, sit down. A big kill is taken. And once again, the body count swings in the advantage of the Hunters as Beat swings onto Envy. Gets one and another. 4K. Beat swinging left and right and center as he finds pretty much all the remaining members of the Shaheens, hook, line, and sinker. Hunters will put their second round on board. Better late than never, but it's still a dire situation as they are 2-6 down.
Yeah, Pete just went for a little beat of madness. Oh my, gotta say. But, all the puns aside, yeah, he made it look so much more easier than that was. Like, he made it comparatively look 100 times easier. Just seeing his point of view, kill after kill, no idea how that happened. But, like you said, Jack, I gotta agree with you that Hunters, being down still so many rounds even after that win means that pressure is not off of them. However, I would like to suggest a counter theory. What if Hunters on purpose went to 1-5 or 1-6 and now they're looking to make a comeback and everything is under control and they did this just for content? That's going to be a...
So basically what you're positing is it was according to plan all along.
Exactly. Why not? It's the hunter's curse that they're looking to build. I mean, if that is the case, if there is okay, if there genuinely is a comeback, which right now I'm not going to talk about it because still, rationally, for the time being, it's still far fetched. If a comeback does indeed happen, hunters planned it. I am going to stick to that theory. I'm going to die on that hill. If hunters come back on the map of Villa after being down 1-6, it was all part of a plan. There's no way it wasn't. The script is somewhere. Someone has the script, and
Oh
it's
my
not
god.
us.
Oh my
Definitely
god.
not.
Beat. Ooh,
What is he
that's
on? What did he
I
eat?
don't know.
What did he eat for breakfast?
Something. Clearly, he's on something right now because Beat's clearly not missing. Right, going right now
Mm-hmm.
on 8-6, catching up to Jittery very quickly. As Caesar, of course, the Iana was the one to go down. And mind you, Iana is a pretty big catch, as those Geminis, which are basically infinite drones, right? But also working as a very good cover for any approaching attacker right behind the Gemini. And on top of that, you have the grenades that the Iana can use. So plenty of things that one op can do have just been denied. As a breach is going off onto the bathroom wall, the Hibana taking care of that. Jittery taking care of drones and the like as he pleases. But wait, Sparkle has a drone inside of the closet. That's going to give away the Sledge's location as we saw the ping going off in just a moment ago. Beat. There's an upside down rappel on that window. I don't know if you want to peek this one. As shots are fired, but no, he
Oh.
didn't have act. Not for Beat in these last couple rounds here. That's a very quick first game. Not characteristic of a BO5 grand final, folks, I will say. As we've ended map 1 in a 7-2, going
Yep.
to Shaheens.
Oof. I mean, man, that was something. The last time Hunters lost a map in the grand finals was in the summer edition, right? Against Mercenaries. But okay. Wow. 7-2. Really not expecting. Like that score, especially. I think it's the score more about that is the surprising factor rather than just a map win for Shaheen. Shaheens have been on an absolute terror the entirety of the fall edition, right? But 7-2 against Hunters in the grand finals, they must be feeling themselves. So, right now, keeping that in mind, next map for hunters, it's absolutely very much necessary they take the win here. Yeah, this was the choice of Shaheens. Does make sense why they won here. And next one is going to be theme park. Hunters have selected it, so it does make sense that hunters should win. Then we'll see that equalize, but this adds that extra layer of pressure on hunters, and Shaheens are just constantly battering at them. As we have a look at the highlights, we'll see since the start how that 72 was formed and how hunters unfortunately just were not able to cope up with the pressure that was put on them by these Shaheens.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter's definitely not looking too good in this first map right here. There were a couple of good moments from them and a couple of rounds that went all the way down to the 1vx, right? Like 1v1 even, a
Right.
couple of rounds right early. But not too much from them. It really was the Shaheens going at it so aggressively and consistently aggressively. They never let up. And that was what really, I think the Hunters weren't able to keep up with, excuse me, the fact that they were not only very aggressive but very consistently aggressive, constantly gnawing away, right, at their defense, at their offense, at their drones, at their utilities, clearing and cleaning up whenever possible, constantly double peaking everything, or even just certain peaks that you really shouldn't win against a team like the Hunters, which again speaks more to how Hunters probably aren't exactly feeling too hot right about now. And that, of course, will need to change very soon, folks, as we go ahead into the match summary. Like I said, this will have to change, and this overall performance from the Hunters cannot remain the status quo. As you can see,
Absolutely.
Shaheen's overall very polished, right? 13-3 to Doctor, 11-7 to Envy, Mighty Ellie with 7-6, and Caesar and Skywalker bringing up the rear with support, and overall cost percentages as well, mirroring who did most of what. Doctor and Envy at 80% cost, and Envy having a 2-1 on entry. But if we quickly glance over to the side of the Hunters, Jittery and Beat have a overall good presence on the map, 60-70%, 3-3 to Jittery on entry. So, Jittery was clearly doing a lot of entry fragging and entry dying, but at the same time, Rattler 610 and 50, Sandy 410 and 50, and Sparko, my goodness, that is uncharacteristic for, you know, probably one of the oldest names of the region, 1-8 and only
Yeah.
40%. Even the survivability, not exactly looking all too good there.
Right now, for the side of Hunters, definitely a lot of problems. Shaheens are the top of their game, and we can see that in the results. Next map going to be Theme Park. Hunters still have the chance. By no stretch of the imagination are they out of the grand finals. Absolutely not. I mean, we have seen Hunters, go for those 1-6 comebacks as well already, so they can definitely do that. And this is just a single map that they're down. They take the win on Theme Park, the best of 5 becomes a best of 3, things get leveled out, and then we proceed as usual. But Theme Park, this is the proving ground for Shaheens. Is there ever so aggressive, all time, relentless pressure strategy going to work there? Will Hunters break under the pressure on the map of Theme Park, their own choice, a map where they have tons and tons of experience? If that happens, then seriously, it is a major cause for concern for the side of Hunters LFO. If they lose on Theme Park, not only are they literally going to be in hot waters with the, being at a 2 map disadvantage in a best of 5, just being a single map away from sheer loss, but also it will mean a whole lot more. But of course, we'll discuss Theme Park, we'll see Theme Park as well. But before that, we'll be heading into a short little break. So stay tuned, keep watching, and we'll be right back with map number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports Club Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series Fall Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm CCV, now joined alongside Baba Gusta, and we are bringing to you the grand finals in front of us. We have had plenty of teams all across South Asia register for the final edition of the Pro Series right before we head into the South Asian Nationals for them to try and take a spot. We now have, the final two teams remaining. Shaheens up against Hunters LFO. Map number one concluded. Villa, it was chosen by Shaheens. They end up winning there 7-2. So, Baba, what are your thoughts on that first map, and what do you think about Theme Park as well?
First map, I really didn't expect Shaheens to actually win it out, especially on a 7-2 scoreline up against Hunters
Mm-hmm.
LFO. But still a lot of maps to go, right? You still have Theme Park. I
Right.
mean, Theme Park is a map being picked by Team Hunters. So you could see some retaliations being made from those certain moments. But at the starting of the rounds, you could see that Hunters LFO were having a lot of difficulties. And for a moment that I thought a comeback would have happened in the second half, but it did ended up being its major downfall, and it ended up being in favor for Shaheen. So, all in all, I have to say, for Team Shaheens, getting this first map win on Villa, they'll be very happy about this. But if they get another win on Theme Park, Oregon would entirely be Shaheen's domain. That it can happen 100%. If Shaheens win map number two, then map number three will be even much more dangerous for Hunters LFO. So I'm gonna say this will be a tough work for Hunters LFO if they can't keep this up.
Absolutely. If hunters are not able to secure the map of theme park, it's going to be trouble paradise for their side. They've got to make sure that it ends up going their way. They've got to make sure that they equalize this best of five as soon as possible and then head on forward to the map of Oregon. So Oregon will be seen nonetheless, no matter who wins here. It's just the nature in which these teams will be playing. If Shaheens do manage to win on Theme Park, it's going to be a 2-0 lead for their side, and then they'll be moving forward on that very map, which means they'll have all the advantage in the world mentally as well. They'll be a lot more ready for it, they'll be a lot more prepared for it. However, if Hunters are able to win the map of Theme Park and if they can equalize, then of course, the teams they're going to treat it normally and they'll be playing for advantage on Oregon. However, we're done talking about Oregon. Let's come back to the map at hand. Let's come back to present times. Let's go forward to the map of Theme Park. Now, chosen by Hunters, Shaheens have opted for defense first, and they themselves will be starting off the operator ban phase as well. Now, one thing about Theme Park is that we haven't seen it as much compared to other maps here in the fall edition. We have seen it, I believe, 3 times. You've seen it, and I remember, when Monkey Hunters played the map of Theme Park against Team Uvu as well, Hunters barely managed to win that one out. I mean, it was 7-5. It went all the way towards the 12 rounds of regulation, and only then were they able to confirm it. So here again, Shaheens, who knows what happens?
Well, when we talk about the ban phase itself, we still see the same bans here: Thatcher ban, a Jackal ban. I mean, this also these kinds of ban really did happen on map number one too on Villa, except instead of a Jackal ban, we did get to see a Flores being banned on attack. Defensive bans from the side of Hunters will be Mira. You don't want to have a heavily anchored defender on the side that can have a lot of tensions from the attacker side. So removing her out of the equation will help her proceed, would help the attackers gain much more momentum when they're in towards the side. And of course, last but not least, the final ban on defense being Valkyrie. So on a map like Theme Park, you'd always expect the site for the defenders to be always picked on first floor Armory and Throne Room, mainly because Throne Room and Armory has the highest chances for the defenders to hold their ground in a proper manner. For
Hmm.
defenders, Armory and Throne Room, you'd always expect to see like a triple denier like Mute, Bandit, Kaid. Even you could include Azami at that too once you have good amount of coverage from the site itself. So even
Right.
though if you have control on second floor, especially for the attackers, even if you do have control on the second floor, the main thing that you have to do is just open up lines of sight. And once, if you cannot open up the lines of sight even on the first floor Armory on Throne Room, things will be even much more tougher for the attackers to even proceed towards the site. So they've got to be quick. They've got to ensure that they open up lines of sight without facing any issues, and then heading towards the site to proceed to post plant. Armory and Throne Room is considered to be one of the most defensive round wins, which does not favor for the attackers at all. The only side
Right.
which does help them a bit has to be on second floor. Initiation run office and bunk in daycare. First floor, lab and drug room is particularly a site where most of the defenders would not go for that pick, but there's high likely chances
Exactly.
where we could see as like a surprise pick at all on a map like theme park. But the biggest question that I have to ask is, why did hunters make a decision to bring theme park? Why didn't they bring in border? Why didn't they bring in some other maps? They could have brought in chalet, but why theme park? I'm still quite curious to know why did they bring this specific map instead of going in for the strongest picks instead.
Yeah, I think Chalet was banned by Shaheens, but other than that, yeah, I gotta agree. Maybe Hunters, they are still confident in their capabilities on playing on Theme Park. I mean, granted, yeah, they went very close against Team Uvu right now in the Fall Edition, but in summer, I remember their matches. I think they had some nice wins. Am I remembering? No, that was Retrograde against some other team who went for that comeback. Hunters weren't involved in that.
Yeah,
There was that mighty
Retrograde versus
comeback.
Marty Esports. Yes,
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that one. But so that was Retrograde again, different. My apologies. But Hunters as well. We've seen them in summer and spring editions. They have had amazing performances on Theme Park, and they do definitely think it's one of their stronger maps. That's why I think they brought it out initially. And also because maybe of the fact that they thought that, okay, even if we lose on Theme Park, it's not going to be the decider map, right? It's not going to be what seals our fate as the losers. Even if we lose there, we can try and make a comeback. Maybe that was their thinking. But right now, Theme Park, to a certain extent, is do or die for Hunters. They've got to win. They cannot let another map fall into the hands of Shaheens. So, keeping that in mind, Hunters definitely know just how much pressure there is. Shaheens will be looking for that relentless pressure. It's a defense for Shaheens yet again. And once more, they're employing some of the same tactics as they did on Villa. We've got Envy on the Azami. Caesar brings out, the castle yet again. Doctor's always going to be on the roam. And it's Mighty Ali who seems to be the dedicated, anti-breacher for their side. Yesterday, we remember Mighty playing a lot of Bandit on when we saw Shaheens up against MRCZ, and now he's on the Cade. So the set roles are being defined as well for these guys.
Yeah. For Shaheens, this is. I mean, they're almost. You could say it's a start of the greatest adventure that Shaheens would perform, especially if they win this grand finals up against Hunters LFO. It will be a different case scenario and a different story point that I very much, more interested to talk about. Shaheens all the way to
Yeah.
lowest brackets. They had lost their first matchup right up against Hunters LFO, I believe, in the ground in the brackets itself, 2-0, 2-0. Actually, no, it was up against Mercenaries who had just lost in a 2-0 again. Apologies for that. But all in all, Shaheens all the way towards lower brackets, they had made an entire fight. They defeated Mercenaries on a 2-0, and now they're here in the grand finals up against Hunters LFO. So things will be even much more tougher for both these teams because both of them has their own specific roles. Hunters, they want to make sure that Shaheens wouldn't get themselves back up because they are the current champions twice on both summer and spring. Shaheens, on the other hand, they have got the opportunity of a lifetime. They just won map number one, and if they win map number two, they are this close for being the champions in the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition. But it's not going to be an easy task, especially on a map like Theme Park. Hunters, they've made a decision to bring this map in the first place, and they know exactly what they're trying to do. And you can see the amount of, and you can see the attackers on the side of Hunters LFO who are just slowly progressing into us the side using drones for their information, but they haven't entered into the building just yet. It's almost as if they're prepping for their
Ooh.
attack, and I believe they know exactly what they're trying to do. Skywalker with a deployable shield, the ADSs will be burned out, and also will get confirmed with the second flashbang, which will blind Skywalker as of now. All they need is the Gon 6 to destroy this one important deployable shield. But alas, it will get caught out from the ADS. Another one getting catched out, destroyed, and now Skywalker, he has to fall back or else he'll get picked out right from that cafe entrance. But Envy, on the other hand, taking out Jittery will be giving a huge boon for Shaheens.
Yeah, and Doctor watching this angle from below means that Sparko will be on very, very low HP. So Hunters, they have forced their way into Cafe. Not only that, they've gotten a kill as well, but progressing further is going to be quite difficult since they don't have enough time remaining. Still a 4 versus 4. 40 seconds on the clock. The attackers need to get near the bomb site. They've broken in towards Cafe. They need to go towards the first floor and then they need to execute as well. This is going to be really, really time consuming and kills are still relentless. Envy is still roaming around on the second floor. He's still not giving up. Finally, he goes down. 20 seconds now left on the clock. The attackers have got no choice but to drop down from the hatch, go through the stairs, and try and enter. Mighty's the only anchor in the bomb site. He's got to stay alive as he waits for Doctor to rejoin him. 9 seconds. Hunters are nowhere near. The diffuser gets dropped. Rattler is still there. Rattler also falls. And Sandy, there's just no time for him. He'll be good for one kill, but Shaheens waste enough time and distract Hunters long enough to take round number 1.
Yeah, strong start for Shaheens as they will claim round number 1, not facing any issues at all. And for Hunters, making a decision to push towards Cafe, they did succeed in destroying that deployable shield. But Jittery getting picked out from Envy, the first initial frag out really did deny a lot of surprise attacks which Hunters LFO had laid out upon. And for Shaheens, winning this defensive round is very influential. Round number 1 itself, you saw how powerful those lines of sight was being made, especially from Doctor's end. Let's also take a look at the instant replay too. You even saw Doctor use the bailiff shotgun to open up the certain lines of sight all the way from cafe entry, forcing Sparko to be on 5 HP. He wasn't, let's just say, he wasn't allowed to make any risky aggressive plays, because if he does, high likely chances that he would lose on that particular gunfight unless and until if he lands a headshot. So it was a huge risk for Sparko to even go in and challenge those gunfights. So the only thing that he had to do was just use the exthermic charge to open up lines of sight, giving them the entryway. But it was too late, mainly because the flankers had entirely flushed out Hunter's LFO's defense. And Hunter's
Yeah.
LFO's defense when it comes to the roam clearing. And next thing you know, the inevitable happened, and Shaheens, they got it out without having any problems whatsoever. Second round, on the other hand, Bunk in Daycare will have some, some, you could say, uh, ease of access from Hunter's end, unless and until Shaheens decide to do the unthinkable, like the runouts and spawn peaks. If it does happen, and if it does get a kill or two, then we could see Shaheens gain round number 2 too without facing any issues.
Absolutely, Shaheen's can do that, and it may lead to such an instance where they'll have that extended bit of advantage and exactly they can push it forward even further. But for Hunters, they've got to be careful about everything. Yeah, like you said, the runouts, the spawn peaks, we saw plenty of those happen on the map of Villa as well. We saw the runouts not just from Shaheens, however. Even Beat went for that through one of the bedroom windows and was successful. Beat was having an insane day out there. Still, unfortunately, did not correlate to Hunters overall having a better day. So those guys, they've got to be careful. As for Shaheens, well, right now, yet again, calmly go over your defense, set it up. It's mostly about the player positioning. Where do they anticipate the attackers will be going from, and how are they countering against it? In the previous round, they were dead center correct in predicting that Hunters would move in and try and force their way through Cafe and then move on forward. They had the Jaeger shield, they had the Jaeger utility present. Doctor, as the alibi, was playing from below. Even he got a huge tag onto Sparko. If they predict something correctly along the lines of that in this round as well, Hunters, the amount of time and the amount of resources that will be wasted will be exponential and will really, really benefit the defenders. So Hunters also need to work around the defenders now.
This time we see Beat bring in the Osa's bulletproof deployable shield that can at least help to that will at least help to gain some ground coverage. And what's important about this is that we also see Jittery bring in the Capitao. This fire burst will be very effective, especially for the players who've been trying to gain cover from the deployable shield. So every single counter has been covered from Hunters. All they've got to do is just make sure that they win those initial gunfights. Some breach charges being used. And even with the bulletproof deployable shield, which will help them a lot, they also got to be careful about gaining control on first floor, in which Hunters LFO, they've already took care of that. So they don't have to worry about C4 plays in Cafe. They just have to worry about horizontal challenging gunfights that the side of Shaheens, which they are about to do as of now. Patience, as Hunters are trying to find the opening, and for Shaheens, they don't want to give them just yet. Mid rounds has already been passed, and you could see that Jittery's fireballs should also be in effect once they get in play. And I believe two of them has already been used, which would force one of the lines of sight being denied. But Doctor, on the other hand, all the way from Arcade Stairs, he gets away with 2 kills. Rattle and Jittery, another one
Oh,
as he removes Beat. And it's just Sparko left in a 1v5. There was an idea, and that idea was just gone. And Doctor was the main reason why Shaheens will get away with a win like this. Round number 2. What just happened from Hunters? They even had the fixating bolts, but it didn't work out. They forgot about Doctor from Arcade Stairs, which ended up being their downfall.
yep. So, for the side of Shaheens now, okay, very, very strong start, and yet again, this plays into their theme of, not caring too much about the exact. Like strategy and setup and all, but they're focusing on these early gunfights, and this was just the perfect example of that. Hunters, they completely collapsed, as unfortunate as it was for their side. Shaheens, they were ready for it. They were ready to tackle on wherever the attackers would go from. Doctor picked up that double kill, and every single instance Hunters were looking to move forward. Nope. Denied, triple kill for Doctor. Hunters are definitely going to be thinking a lot about what to do moving on forward and how to deal with this, because after all that has happened, so currently we have seen how many 11 rounds we played. Yes, in the grand finals, we have seen 11 rounds being played. 9 on Villa 2 right here. Out of those 11, 9 of them have gone towards Shaheens. Only 2 of them favoring Hunters right now. These are unprecedented statistics that no one ever thought of. Hunters definitely were not thinking of the grand finals in any such kind of way. And this has 100%, in my opinion, caught them by surprise. Question is, how early and how quickly can they recover from this and try and make a comeback? Or are Shaheens really looking to march their way forward and take the grand finals win?
Yeah, 2 rounds victory this time for Shaheens. And it's a very important one, especially in the first half itself.
Mm-hmm.
Both the sides,
Yep.
Throne Room, Bunk and Daycare, has been in favor for Shaheens. And for Shaheens, they haven't lost a single player just yet, both of the rounds. Of course, on round number 1, there was some equalizer being made, but in the end,
Yeah,
they
a
did
couple
get good control
casualties.
out of it. There was a couple casualties, but on round number 2, they had none of them. I mean, there was one from Sparko who did get the wall bang, but
Okay,
nonetheless,
yeah,
it wasn't a lot of problems that Shaheens couldn't handle. It was still a 1v4. The
exactly.
mankind advantage is still at the hands of Shaheens, and this next future rounds, you can guarantee that there will be a similar situation unless and until Hunters would make a decision to go for a change in their attack push. This is the second time we're seeing Hunter's LFO push from the same place, Cafe, twice. Osa's Bulletproof Shield had been placed on Cafe, but yes, I gotta give it to them. They also had control on towards first floor bathroom side and also on lab room to ensure that the C4 plays or any of the plays which had been made from Doctor's side wouldn't be available for Shaheeds. I'll give them that. But once they made
Yeah.
progress towards the side, once they started to use the fireballs from the Capita all the way towards the hallways of Arcade Stairs, they did manage to block one line of sight. But they forgot to block the Doctor's line of sight, which is all the way towards Arcade Stairs, in which no one was being looked at. So you gotta wonder whether if even if Hunters LFO had things covered when it comes to making that push, there's always that tiny places where tiny places or tiny gaps, as I like to call it, where Shaheens, they have always found a way to counter those strategies, no matter if it's very
Mm-hmm.
strong coming in from Hunters' side or what kind of push that they make. So what they've got to do right now for Hunters is to patch up the holes that they've made as of now, and then in the next future rounds, Initiation Room and Office, even though if they go in for a standard push or not, you've got to make sure that if there is a challenging gunfights being made, at least a trade should come in from Hunters.
Yeah, 100% from the side of Hunters, refrags, they've got to go for that. Even on Villa, we saw Hunters were just not getting those refrags. It's fine. It's even fine if your opposition gets the initial kill, if you can get that refrag and equalize it almost instantly to the 4v4. That's not the biggest of problems. But if they're just running away with these opening kills, and if Hunters are not able to do anything against that, it means that there is major cause for concern for their side. And Shaheens, they'll be looking to take advantage of this. Shaheens, we've been speaking like this about Shaheens ever since they started to be on their winning ways. Ever since they kept on going for those hyper aggressive plays and they started peaking and going for the angles, we've been seeing the same thing, is that Shaheens, they are never going to give up that pressure. They're going to keep on moving forward, and just the opposition has to find some sort of difference to it. So same thing can be said for the side of Hunters as well, that they need to figure something out before it is too late. And while, yeah, Hunters will be thinking about the defense as well on the map of Theme Park, and hopefully they can take a couple of rounds there, they wouldn't like to take their chances.
There we go. Round number 3. 2 rounds at the hands of Shaheens. Currently, they're the ones who've gained the momentum. And high likely chance that Shaheen could do this again on round number 3. Also, interesting change of the operator picks here from the side of the defenders. Caesar with the Vulcan Shield, and also Mighty Ali with the Azami. The Kiba barriers would prove to give good amount of protection though, as it did in the previous 2 rounds. Rattler bringing in the Kebi this time with the EMP impacts. With or without the help of Thatcher, they could still succeed in removing up those reinforcement walls, mainly because of that secondary gadget. So shouldn't be much of a problem for them to deal with, although I'm not quite sure whether if the breach charges from Sandy would work out. Maybe it could from if they're making a decision of pushing once again towards Cafe side. There is one small holes where they could have an entryway all the way towards that particular spot. Information is being given as Jittery will pop out one of the Vulcan shields at a very early pace, which means they'll have easier access. And interestingly enough, Hunters will do the exact same push once again, this time in towards Cafe. And we will get to see Jittery get away with a kill like this time, taking out Skywalker. Good initial frag outs with the help of the information from the shock drones, and Hunters, they have finally got themselves the advantage after 2 rounds of them losing up against Shaheens.
Exactly, advantages there, but they've got to convert it. And right now, okay, Envy was looking like another dangerous person, roaming around here near these attackers. But Jittery shuts him down. Jittery wants to move forward. Jittery wants to be the MVP and the bringer of death against the side of Shaheens. And he definitely is looking to do most of those things, if not all. So 2 defenders now remain. Hunters, they've got all the advantage in the world. Plenty of time. Yeah, they've got it. Good lines of sight. Yeah, they've got it. And they're peeking it as well. Beat, he pushes through that Aruni Surya gate. Doctor is still all alone. And there is Beat just not stopping at all. Going for that kill. And he finds the smoke. So again, very good round for the side of Hunters. And they finally stopped Shaheens dead in their tracks. They were like, okay, if Shaheens want to keep on going for these plays, we'll push the angles, we'll drive the momentum forward, and we won't be reacting to the plays. Rather, we will force Shaheens to react to what we are doing. That's exactly what Hunters did, and it worked brilliantly in their favor.
Hunters LFO, finally, they will secure their attack rounds in round number 3. We will see Shaheens go back to the very strong side that I was talking about in the early rounds itself. So Armory and Throne Room. This side, Shaheens, they've had no problems. So Hunters, on the other hand, I believe they have some tricks up their sleeve. Once again with the Kebi, knowing that Shaheens haven't been picked mute on certain situations, so having that call will provide good amount of information for the fraggers out there. Sandy, on the other hand, has been a bit quiet on some certain regions, but eventually in the late transit it picked it up, getting the final frag in round number 3. All in all, changes being made from Beats' side as he brings in the Ash, but nonetheless, we will see some extended roam being made from the side of Shaheens. With the help of Castle's armored panels, they'll be able to block some certain doorways, and also they'll just open up the entirety towards on Barrels' side, interestingly enough. So there will be some roam games being played. So Hunters LFO's main concern has to focus on removing those roamers first, and then they could only get in towards the side without facing any problems with the flankers.
Yeah, they've got to figure out about these rumors, and that definitely is something that hunters know about Shaheens. You know, ever since Villa and ever since all these maps we've been seeing Shaheens play, rumors are going to be ever present. Speaking of that, Envy, oh, he just swings. That's all he does. And he finds the opening kill, and yet again, no refrag as of now. Envy is alive. Caesar's also present. Now Envy's location is known. He's still going to the repick. He wants to, but there are plenty more defenders to take care, and Caesar is exactly doing that. He was in daycare. He was waiting for the attacker to make a move. Sandy did just that. Got his head taken off the body. Hunters yet again in a 3 versus 5. They've lost both of the entry fragments. Only the support players remain right now. So question is, how are these supporting operators not only going to clear out the roamers, execute onto the bomb site, but push forward and take kills all while doing that? So keeping that in mind, once more troublesome times for Hunters LFO.
3v5. Call's been given from Rattler. As you know, there's player playing very close by. Actually, he is in towards the throne room itself. Now, the information being given from the calls, Parker will just blow off the wall in towards maintenance. Good angles being made from throne room. But now they've got to make their execute. Do they have smokes? Yes, they do. One will be used to block some certain lines of sight so that they can proceed with the push. Now, Envy doesn't have any explosive utilities. Some information's being relayed, but Jittery and Rattler gets away 2 kills, and so does Mighty Ali. Removing Jittery off would just help them give much more coverage. And that C4 will be so influential if they get the shot right. Mighty Ali finds it anyways without the help of the explosions. Now Rattler needs to deal with this 1v3. Finds one. There goes the Kaid. Still need to focus on the rest of the 2 players. Confirmation on the kill will be succeeded. It's 1v2. The DMR is such a difficult weapon, and Caesar, he might be able to get away with the kill. No, opportunity missed. And now Rattler, he gets away with his safety, but not for long. His doctor has his eyes on Rattler all this time. And with the help of the red pings being given from the cams, they will confirm the kill and give Shaheens the lead that they wanted in round number 4. 3-1, favoring for Shaheens.
Yet again, in the previous round, Hunters had made a comeback, but Shaheens extend the lead back to where it was originally, the 2-round lead that they have. And similarly, Hunters, they're trying their best in the middle rounds, but the early round are just not favoring them. Shaheens are making it so difficult for Hunters to get into the building and then just get into the nearby rooms and all. Whatever Hunters are trying, Shaheens are on their tail. Shaheens are just holding those angles preemptively as defenders, and Hunters just cannot seem to get away from this problem, or to not have this problem. Shaheens are constantly battering at them, and Hunters LFO, unfortunately for their side, this is not the best of looks. They are in a very troubled spot right now. They have got to realize, they already have realized it. They just got to figure something out about what is going on and what to do. And the reason I say they've got to figure it out is that everyone in Hunters, these are such experienced players. They have years and years of experience. Most of these names, they've been playing Rainbow Six since the early days, since the beta. They've been in so many teams. By now, just because of the sheer experience they have, they must know what it's like to be in these situations, but they also must know what to do in order to improve these situations. Sadly for Hunters, they just cannot improve that for the time being.
Yeah, they're currently caught up in a situation where Shaheens always, gets away. Even if Hunters makes the first step, Shaheens, they're always three steps forward. And look at the aggressiveness that we've seen from Doctor's side. C4 being tossed out. See, it won't be able to toss out just yet. Gotta see the way how Shaheens have been playing as Zona, especially on the early rounds. Aggressive attempts to remove the players off from the particular place. Envy will just make sure to seal off the hatch with the help of the keeper barriers. But now, They've got to see whether if they can find a way to remove players off one by one. And I'm talking about Hunters LFO at this point, mainly because they haven't figured out a way to remove either Envy or Doctor, who's been dealing majority of damage in the first half. 6 kills to both of these two players. And for Hunters, Jittery has got himself picked out quite early in some certain situations, including on map Villa 2 while he was playing as the Smoke when Hunters were on defense. So they've got to be careful. And you could see that Hunters LFO, they're currently playing this as safe as possible. They're trying to remove one certain equations, but it's still not enough. No matter how many times they try to change up some certain solutions, Envy, he just always finds up with certain problems, which in fact, Hunters, they cannot solve it. Oh no. Apparently
Ooh,
the
yes, still.
the EMP. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still that bandit battery. Not sure exactly what happened right there, but Hunters now they're looking to destroy the bandit battery that way. But the keeper barrier, okay, it takes the life of the mighty early. I think Beats will still be happy with that result nonetheless. So that's nice for the side of Hunters. But once more, the problem is it is a 4 versus 4. They need to move on forward. Sadly for them, how exactly did they go for this execute? You know, where are they looking to find the kill? Rattler goes in from behind, and this can be the X factor that attackers were looking for, but no, it fails. Skywalker Doctor, they'll be on the tail of these defenders. Jittery now, the only person alive. Yet again, he's got a clutch up. He gets one. Through the smoke, silently he goes, and Caesar was anticipating that, meaning Shaheens, they will yet again take round number 5, and they will yet again extend their lead even further.
Well, would you look at that? 4-1. Now, as we proceed to round number 6, we would have to go in for a pause on the side of Shaheens. And I believe that the side of Hunters are currently having a lot of problems that they need to fix, especially on the attack. 1-4. 4 round wins at the hands of Team Shaheens as they've secured 4 defensive rounds on Throne Room, Bunk and Daycare, and also on the same side, respectively. The only side that they had
Right.
lost was on Initiation Room / Office, and they haven't gone in just yet. So Shaheens, they could do the same thing, but maybe they would go in for a different site instead, and that site has to be on Drug Lab storage. But
Exactly.
all in all, the way how aggressive Shaheens were in the early peaks, they'll just see whether if they can find a kill or not. Once if they did not, they'll just they'll just immediately fall back and go back to their respective roles, where they can either try to be as a flank role that can wait a lot of time, or you can just be on the side and anchor the place where you can just wait for the attackers to make their play. They just be aggressive in the early first half for like around 10 or 15 minutes when the attackers are trying to rappel in on the building, but other than that it won't be. But for now, folks, since we all know that the sides of Team Shaheens have asked for a rehost, which means we'll be taking a short little break, and we'll be right back with
Yeah.
map number 2 theme park. Don't go anywhere.
chase.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching the Esports Club present Pro Series for Rainbow Six Siege Fall Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Baba Gusta. This is the grand finals. After all, we have the two best teams in the region currently. We have Hunters LFO up against Shaheens. Map number 2 it is, and of course, yeah, we had a little longer than usual breaking. Of course, yeah, the players at the end encountering a couple of tech issues. Everything had to be sorted, but thankfully, everything should be resuming as soon as possible without any further delays, without any further ado. We will be resuming from that 4-1 scoreline on the second map of Theme Park. Baba, Shaheens are already in the lead. They're looking to extend it even further. Do you think it's possible if they can or not?
Well, judging by the score counts as we did see on Skyscraper, it did ended up on a 4-1 when we, went in for a big rehost. Yes, of course, the rehost
Right.
did take a very long time. Just like CCV said, it was technical issues and such. But all in all the players are present, 4-1. And to answer your question, high likely a chance that it can happen, CCV, because on Map Villa, it was the same situation, right? On the first half, we saw Shaheen succeed on a 5-1 score line in the first half, and they did ended up winning 2 rounds in attack. Let's just head back into the game itself and see the results on what's going to happen on map number 2, Theme Park. We won't be having any more delays whatsoever. Again, apologies for the delay that we've caused for the grand finals. Yes, of course, most of the viewers out there are still waiting to see the end result between Team Hunters LFO versus Team Shaheens. Map number 1 was 7-2. Now the biggest question is on map number 1 was 7-2. Map number 2, Theme Park, with the match being resumed. Round number 6, Shaheens 4-1. Will we get to see them end things off on a 5-1, or would we see Hunters LFO fling back? Let's find out with the site being on drug storage and lab room. Actually, no, it's actually on second floor site initiation room slash
Yeah.
office. Again, apologies for that. Yeah, I
No
was trying to
problem.
check into the match history, but then I realized no, the site's been changed. It's not on first floor. It's on second floor initiation room slash office.
It's fine. But yeah, for Shaheens, not going to be changing anything. You want to go back to that. And right now, of course, yeah, sad thing is that since the lobby had to be rehosted, we've lost all the kill data. So, of course, we'll be able to see the accurate kill data once we head into the match summary after the map is over, of course. But right now, the one thing we remember is that there were a lot of kills from the side of Shaheens. Definitely, they were outnumbering Hunters with their kills a lot of the time. So Hunters have got to be careful about it. And now they're back into it. Hunter's not really changing much. We can see Chitri. He's on the Twitch yet again. Rattler's got the knock. Beat has the sledge. Sparko, going back to his old defaults of being that main of the hard breach main. And then Sandy's, the versatile player. He can play whichever operator is needed for the team to do. He can entry frag, he can play support, he can go for utility. Just really wears a lot of hats. So overall, yet again, talking about the operators, talking about the compositions that are on the side of Hunters LFO makes sense, but at the same time, we all know that the entire objective of the grand finals is just kills. It has been the pressure Shaheens look to apply and the angles they hold and the way in which they don't allow Hunters to really push in towards the bomb site or to really get some angles. And already Doctor is the one initiating the gunfights. He's the smoke. He's got the SMG-11. He is tackling rivals who've got, rifles in hand. Jittery with the F2, he wants to move on forward, but Doctor will still be there and he'll still be holding the angle. Again, a little bit of time remaining. Hunters LFO now on the second floor. Everyone's right here looking to eliminate the roamers. Rattler does just that as he enters forward and gets the first kill. Looking to get the second, but Invi slips right before he can do that.
Yep, 2 players left, this time favoring 4 Hunters, as only 4 players have been still current pleasant from Hunters' side. 2v4 will be a difficult situation for Shaheens to succeed on round number 6, but for Hunters, they're very close in towards the side. All they have to do is just breach the walls on second floor office and proceed with the plan. But they also be careful. But they also need to be careful about the smoke gas canisters which is about to be thrown around. Secondary hard breach will be used. Meanwhile, Sandy succeeds in removing Mighty Ali. Leads to Doctor left in a 1v4 situation. SMG-11 in hand, so does the powerful M5 shotgun. The biggest question is, will we get to see a miraculous clutch being made from Doctor's side? Well, let's see with the post plan being on 40 seconds. Sandy is currently on the hunt to try to remove Doctor out of the equation, but it will be Beat who will catch him on the crossfire all the way towards the hallway. And they will end the first half with Hunters getting 2 victory on attack, 4 defensive round wins at the hands of Shaheens.
Same scoreline. Oh no, actually not the same scoreline as Villa. No, Villa was 5-1, and then Hunters got their second round. Now this time it is 4-2. Hunters are looking a little bit better, but their defense needs to start off in the best manner possible. Indeed, they cannot have any delays. They cannot, give any sort of lead or any sort of momentum to the side of Shaheens. Now, after the tech pause that we had, after the reho, seems like Hunters are looking better. Seems like they've talked amongst themselves what's got to happen for them to start winning back these rounds and start getting back into the game and eventually, close out the lead that Shaheens have, equalize the score, and then do more damage to their opposition. But now that they've talked about all of it, they're looking better, which is why I'm saying how they cannot waste that time, how they cannot give any opportunity to the Shaheens roster of extending the lead even further, getting 5 round 6. You never know. Hunters have got to make sure that it's theme park, it's defense. They've chosen this map, they want to defense, they can execute everything like how they want it. They should be looking to do just that. So now that all the preparations in the preparatory phase by the defenders are done, now that they're taking their final position, suiting themselves up, readying themselves for the attackers, now we can see exactly what Hunters have got up their arsenal and exactly what they have been planning for so long. Have there been any changes, compared to how we usually see Hunters on the map of Theme Park when we saw them against Team Uvu and when we saw their performances? Or is it going to be something similar than what's been happening previously? So Shaheens want to do something similar. They want to execute from Cafe, move on forward, live running happening. The pre-play C4 will not be taking the life of Skywalker, but this Twitch surely wants to do more damage.
Already C4 has been expended quite early. Be able to find one on the side of Team Shaheens, but Caesar on the other hand, although taking quite a lot of damage, Skywalker gets away with the early frag. But got to be careful on the shotgun play, but Mighty Ali gets away with the kill. A second, third from Doctor. An entire wipeout as Rattle is the only player left. 1v4, and Invi catches him off the act. Shaheens, my goodness, what an execute. Just by dropping down from the hatch. For a moment there, I thought there was a lot of danger element left to it, mainly because one of the player had a shotgun, and the player who would make his way towards the cafe entry doorway would get caught out. But no, once the drop happened, Mighty Ali just took care of that. All of it. 2-5. And in round number 8, Shaheens have never seen this confident before. 5-2. My goodness, what a change of events. And with the side being on bunk and daycare, my goodness, Shaheens, they're on a different move today here, CCV.
Yeah, Shaheens just want to end the grand finals as soon as possible and the most stunning manner as possible. They already won the map of Villa, their own choice, 7-2. Now on Theme Park, they want to, I guess they want to replicate the score. For Hunters, losing out on Armory and Throne, not even on Armory and Throne, yet again, same as what we were discussing, Baba, yesterday when we saw that map of Skyscraper between Shaheens and Mercenaries, is that almost every single gunfight happened near Arcade, Cafe, or the Arcade Stairs where Rattler died towards the end. Nothing even came close to that bomb site. Nothing was even near Armory and Throne. So that begs you the question, exactly, what is happening? Why are these teams going so much into that mentality of going for the kills? Makes sense for Shaheens. It's working for them. They have a 3-round lead. But for Hunters, they've got to be more careful, play anchored up. I know Theme Park is in the map where the most anchor plays are rewarded, unlike Oregon, unlike Clubhouse, where on those two maps, you can have all 5 of your defenders near or like inside of the bomb site, and you'd still relatively can pull off a defense to a certain extent. Here, yes, it's not possible, but you can't ignore it to this much of an extent that you're just roaming around on the entire map. You're just looking for kills. Well, right now, we know bunk in daycare is the objective. We know where Shaheens are attacking from. What are Hunters going to do about it? Well, they're looking to get the kills. Sparko goes down as the first casualty. There is still that down player who's now completely eliminated. But look at the HP of so many of these defenders. I am very surprised. Within just a single minute of this action phase, Jittery being on 25, Beat being on 40, Sandy being on like 5 HP, how exactly that has happened? And Rattler's gone. The only person with full HP eliminates the other SES counterpart. Mute leaves as well, and one by one, Shaheens are just getting kill after kill. What is going on?
Even I'm also speechless here, CCV. What the last player left, and Doctor, he gets the final kill. Shaheens. Map point on Theme Park. 6 to
Yep.
2. And now we're heading off to round number 9. Match point for Shaheens. They've secured map 1 Villa. Now they're going to secure map number 2 Theme Park. And in map number 3 Oregon, Shaheens, they are one map and one round close to be crowned as the champions for the fall series. What happened from Hunter's end? I mean, especially like you saw from the amount of HP being decreased on all 5 players. Shaheens, once they drop down from the side, especially from the hatch, they just remove this. It was like a step-by-step process where even I had no idea that Hunters could have just break so easily. 6 to 2.
Yeah, it's very I don't know what to say at this point, because Hunters, this is such a deviation from what is expected. Like, okay, even if Shaheens win, that's not going to be the biggest of surprises to like I mean, even to like the biggest Shaheens fan, right? It's not going to be the most surprise, but this should definitely, or is going to surprise everyone, considering the manner in which Shaheens are winning. For Hunters LFO, not sure what is happening. Even for Mercenaries yesterday, the manner in which they lost, I mean, is it psychological? Is it like fear? Or is it like again, at the experience all 10 of these players in this server have, it cannot be something like fear. That usually happens when you're an up-and-coming team, you're facing off against a very strong team. These are all very experienced players, yet things have not been going their way. But in this round, things start off better for the side of Hunters LFO. Skywalker gone, Doctor down, and one by one, these attackers are getting picked off. So finally, we have a good round for Hunters, unless Mighty Ali and Envy have want to do something more. And Envy, okay, doesn't have the diffuser, definitely has that angle, and that G36 put to work now puts the defenders at a moment of unrest, as all of them need to fall back towards or near the bomb site.
2v3, at least on the bright side. Hunters LFO have at least managed to remove some of the important players. Their job's not done yet. They still need to deal with Mighty Ali and Envy, both of them, which they're looking very confident in pushing towards the site. They have a minute and 30 seconds left. They could use those hard breach to open up lines of sight, but you got to be careful on the players right from the stairs. Oh, Ali almost getting picked out from the Azami. Will still stay alive. Jittery still contesting that one particular angle, and he's going all the way downstairs. Finds one, gets to take out Envy, which leads to Mighty Ali left in a 1v3. It's a difficult situation out there. And we've seen Mighty Ali be in this situation before. The exact same moment where he was up against Team Mercenaries with the map being on Skyscraper. But this is a different map and altogether a different team. It's Theme Park and with Hunters. Only 40 seconds, and he needs to find all 3 players of Hunters if he wants to secure map number 2. Not a lot of information, breach charges, which cannot be able to help the attackers more a lot, but you could use it to destroy the Azami's barriers altogether. But C4 tossed, destroyed, but Ali will still stay alive, taking some minor damage from his end. Some of breach charges will be put to use by opening up some certain lines of sights. But I'm pretty sure within a mere 20 seconds, you won't be able to find anything, and Jittery will finally get to catch Mighty Ali. Round number 9. Hunters will finally snatch a win on defense. They still have a long way to go because they need to win 3 rounds on defense back to back if they have to get themselves back into the game.
Absolutely. Hunters are in that unprecedented spot where they've got. I mean, they're also unsure exactly how to achieve that, and I believe a pause has been called from one of the Hunters players. All right, seems to be Sparko. Okay, game crash as is reported, so hopefully Sparko rejoins as soon as possible. But yet again, in the meanwhile, for the side of Shaheens, still a very, very small obstacle in their large plan. I mean, only a single round going the way of Hunters. I don't think Shaheens are really going to be worried that much. As a matter of fact, I think in the Shaheens like bootcamp overall, talking to each other, discussing, in that voice call that they're in, it's just going to be like happy voices and happy faces because they know how much this means to them. Not only have they taken the win on Villa, which was their own map choice, they are now looking to move on forward and confirm the win on the map of Theme Park as well. Their opposition's choice lead the best of 5 with a 2-0 scoreline. So keeping that in mind, Hunters are really the team in hot waters, and definitely, this slight small break that we have, just like a temporary break while Sparko rejoins the game, everyone in the server is going to be discussing with themselves and with their team as to what's got to happen next. Two very different conversations I can imagine happening in the boot camps right now. For Hunters LFO, this is to an extent a call of desperation. They lost on Villa. They're looking to not be the favorites in Theme Park as well. They've got to make that comeback. Shaheens also, I mean, for their side, just one round and that'll be it. But we see ready confirmation, and very soon, I believe, as soon as everyone has gone for the ready confirmation, we can see it resuming. But yeah, other than that, Sparko has rejoined. He will be on the Jaeger. That's one of the things about Sparko. He's always been that. I mean, this has been happening since, I believe, since spring season, that Sparko has really been picking up the Jaeger. It may have like happened within the team before that, but I really noticed him going all out with that Jaeger main. There were a couple of maps as well where all Sparko played was the Jaeger and the Thermite, and he did something similar on Theme Park as well in the first half. It's all about the results, however, and how exactly they'll be working in favor of Hunters, and of course how they'll be working for Shaheens as well.
6-3. Shaheens require only one attack round. And for Hunters, with them winning, with them winning on round number 9, will at least get to have some control on the situation. But just like you said, CCB, if they make one single mistake, that's all it. Shaheens would get map number 2, and on map number 3, Oregon, despite it being favored a lot on the defensive side, both the teams can somehow salvage the situation out. But for Shaheens, getting 2 map wins means a lot of opportunities for them to succeed and also count as the champions. But all in all, let's not count Hunters LFO just yet. Although they had a lot of mistakes in those 2 maps, maybe in this round we could see them fling back once again with the side being on bunk and daycare. Reinforcements will also be made, some changes with the operators as we see 2 trap operators being brought along. One would be the Capcan's EDD and the second from Sandy's Frostmat traps. And that's the main reason why we see Doctor bring in the IQ to make sure that none of the traps would be of good use. And Skywalker and Caesar, both of them, has been dealt a major damage all the way towards Bumper Spawn. And that will be Sandy. Good major damage towards Skywalker, which would in fact put a lot of problems towards that particular player. But does he know that there is that really good angle from Sandy that he might be able to get a kill? Beautifully done. Sandy just played so well, knowing exactly where Skywalker would arrive all the way towards main entrance. And with one of the players down on Shaheens, they just have to focus on 4 more.
Yep. Entry fragger gone. I mean, Caesar is still there as the Iana, looking to wreak some more havoc. So, the Iana hologram jumps in. Still holding that angle. Doctor now very low on HP, and Shaheens, they may need to think about some other instance of pushing forward. But no, Caesar from the top, from the roof, picks out Sandy. So finally, the Frost makes a departure. finally Shaheens will be breathing a sigh of relief, making sure that the person causing the most chaos on the side of Hunters LFO is eliminated. But there are more defenders to deal with right now. They now know Smoke is inside of Shah's or near cash room generally. And Doctor, with him being very low on HP, he's got to be careful of peeking these angles. He's got to be cautious of everywhere he chooses to go for an angle.
Drones will be given from Shaheens, especially the Gemini replicator, which can at least gain some information on players' whereabouts. But Shaheens, on the other hand, a lot of difficulties entering towards that particular place, and that too all towards second floor initiation
Yeah.
room. Ali almost got himself picked out, but missing the opportunity will give yet another chance for Shaheens to bring this back. Doctor, on the other hand, is very low on HP, but he's still making his response being shown all the way towards the office. And this, I have to say, for Hunters, this is good progress. They wasted a lot of time
Absolutely.
and they forced Shaheens to be in that particular place, which means that Doctor, apparently, he might have a lot of problems from his end. But all in all, Hunters,
Ooh.
oh boy, 4v3. Hunters are looking very confident at this particular spot. And what's even more problematic is that the site is on bunk and daycare, not on initiation room slash office. So they've got to make a play, they've got to make a push. But it's too late. They've got this under control. Even the smoke gas canisters are just put to perfection. C4s are present, so does the impacts from
Yeah.
Jittery. All they've got to do is just wait for Shaheens to make their push towards the site, and that crossfire angle should do the trick to deny most of the information that has been gained from the side of Shaheens.
Exactly, Mighty Ali can change that if he goes through from yellow stairs and the spam. No, it's not gonna work. He finally gets the headshot onto Rattler, but 7 seconds on the clock. Shaheens need to move forward. Beat and Sparko still alive. They're inside of the bomb site. 2 seconds. Sparko eliminates. Beat is still there. The diffuser's gonna go down. 1 versus 3. Beat, he gets 1 kill. Envy needs to stay alive. C4 toss, but Envy gets the headshot with the L85. And Shaheens, in a 4 versus 5 as well, will still be able to close out the map of Theme Park 7-3. Villa was 7-2. Shaheens take the win yet again, and they now lead in the grand finals with a 2-0 scoreline.
2 map wins for Shaheen, 7-3 on Theme Park, which is a map picked by Hunters LFO. What a performance from Shaheen's, winning 4 rounds on defense, 3 rounds on attack. And that too, time was of the essence from Shaheen's. They only had 10 seconds left, and
Yep.
somehow they made it work. With Caesar having the diffuser in hand, the EDDs really did dealt a lot of damage, but no one was watching on that particular site, which gave them the chance to go in for a plant. Every single angles were covered, even the line of sights has been watched, and for Hunters,
Right.
they didn't had any other way to figure out a way to get a kill or two. So technically, my goodness, Shaheens, they claimed map number 2 too, which means it is 2-0. Shaheens are 1 map away to get the first spot in the fall
Yeah.
series. My goodness, this is
Ooh.
an outcome that I did not expect at all, CCB.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Let's have a look at how the map of Theme Park went. But I gotta agree with you very much, Baba, that this kind of a score line as well. Theme Park also going the way of Shaheens, and that final round. I'm sorry, Hunters. What happened? They had everything under control, but they
Yep.
still just went for the peaks. And I don't know, man. I guess Hunters LFO, not only are they preparing for the South Asian Nationals, but they're also preparing for the upcoming NBA season, I guess, with their free throws and all. I don't know.
Yeah, Jesus. Oh man.
Yeah, that's still an overused joke. You know, it's not one of my originals, but I think it was due in this place for that very round.
I don't know, man. What exactly happened from Hunters' end? They just kept falling apart, even on both first half as well as in second half too. With Shaheen's winning that final round, there's a lot of situations where Hunters couldn't even get to win their initial gunfights. It was usually Doctor
Yeah.
and Envy who'd, take charge of these situations on defense, and it was Skywalker and Muddy Ali who was, taking care of offense. Everything was just put into place. The execution was looking good on attack. They've even succeeded in challenging most of the majority of the gunfights. Hunters, on the other hand, they are I don't know what to say. They are looking a bit down. Both of the maps, 7-2, seven to
Mm-hmm.
three, and now map number three, Oregon, which is a map picked by Shaheens, and with the powerful performance that we're seeing right now from Shaheen by making their presence shown, you know, upper brackets,
Yeah.
Shaheens were nowhere to be seen. This even included on summer edition where Shaheens weren't even qualified at that particular event. They only qualified on summer
Yep.
and fall. Summer, they've only secured 2 points. And now, with them going up against Hunters in the grand finals of fall, man, this is something else, CCV. 7-3. The performance from Shaheen is just insane from all the players. Envy, Doctor, and Mighty Ali has been making a lot of powerful plays. I mean, they're just removing players one by one, and even on those attack rounds too. On round number 7, once they dropped down and got a lot of shots, not a single damage had been dealt from Shaheen's end. Every single player from Monkey Hunters, their health decreased significantly. Theme Park match summary. Beat on the top of the leaderboard with 8 kills, and on the side of Shaheen's Envy and Doctor with 12 kills, cost of 100%. 3 initial frags from Envy. 3 initial frags while he was doing a lot of work on offense as well as on defense.
Oh boy. Now at this point for hunters, like there's not been a time, that hunters have been in this kind of a situation. I mean, we have a look right here as to what exactly has happened so far. Spring, summer, hunters have been on like winning ways time and time again. I think the only time they lost was once in the upper bracket quarterfinals against mercenaries in the spring edition. Yes. Other than that, it's always been victories after victories after victories. But right now, this is not an ideal situation, not by a long shot. Shaheen's 100% in the driver's seat right now, controlling the entire racetrack. Hunters have got no choice but to trail behind them with very little chance of being able to overtake. So we now have a look at the results. 7-2 on Villa, 7-3 on Theme Park, Oregon as well. There is a chance Hunters can still take the win, but this grand finals completely is in favor of Shaheens at the moment. Because my God, look at, I mean, yeah, the maps they have. I don't know much what to say exactly. The maps have just been favoring Shaheens in this much of an extent that no one expected that.
Yeah, even with Oregon and Clubhouse being in play, not quite sure what I just said at that moment. Oregon and Clubhouse, although it is, the most picked map in the SA region, high likely chance that Hunters could bring it back unless and until we see Shaheens do the exact same performance on both map number 1 and 2. But for map number 3 to happen, we'll be taking a short little break once again. Don't worry, it won't be as long as you'd expect. It'll be just 2 or 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Until then, go grab some popcorns, go grab some H2O. We'll be right back.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gusta, as we are back once again for, of course, the grand finale. We are now going to be going on to map number 3, as we've had 2 maps so far, and in an absolutely surprising turn of events, Shaheens have actually taken 2 maps, a 7-2 on Villa and a 7-3 on Theme Park. We're going to be moving on to Oregon, map number 3, which is, of course, a Shaheens pick, and Shaheens themselves are going to be going attacking first there. Baba Gusta, potentially the last map of this grand finals. What are your thoughts on what's been happening so far?
My thoughts exactly about the grand finals between Shaheens and Hunters? No idea, Jack. Especially when we get to see a 7-2, 7-3 scoreline on both Villa and Theme Park. Oregon, yes, of course, although Hunters still have a chance, mainly because they're on defense first, they could bring back a lot of rounds, but Shaheens, they can also do the same thing. So it's 50-50, but currently the map is going in favor for Shaheens. So it's a map picked by Shaheens. They're the ones going on attack first in the first half, which means that in round number 7, with the role swaps coming in play for Shaheens, pretty sure that they've got this in the bag here, Jack.
I mean, the way they've been rolling, yeah, I can't really disagree with you there. It really feels like Shaheens have it under control here and now. We'll have to wait and see, of course, once we go into map number 3, how both of these teams will be performing here and now. Hunters today have just been kind of off. They haven't really been themselves. I think we can all agree on that by now. I mean, on map 1, you could have made a solid argument. They had to be a 5. They're probably saving energy for later on in the night, and I would have agreed with you. But by now, I don't really think that's the case. I think Hunters is having a pretty awful day here today. Pretty bad timing to have an awful day since it is the grand finals after all. But hey, it is what it is. We all have our bad days. So, and I mean, no real fuss from having a bad day either. At the end of the day, because Hunters they are currently top seed and 20 points in. Mercenaries they have 22 points. After all, they finished third place yesterday. But Hunters, even if they finish second place, they get 8 points. So that's 28 points. They will still be top place no matter what the result here today. And if they win, which would involve a whole reverse 3-0, which is a whole other issue altogether, we'll see if it goes to that. Because it might not be. It's not looking very likely. But even if they do somehow win today, that'll be 30 points. Even if they lose, it's 28. They still retain top spot. Shaheens, if they end up second, then they will get to 10 points. They come up to the fourth place. If they win, then they get 10 points. They go up to 12, and they go to fourth spot because Kid Esports are currently at 14 points. So the top 3 remains relatively unchanged from the fall series, but of course the things that will be mattering a lot are who gets the most points, which will determine a seed, of course, when it comes to the SA Nationals itself, even though the top 3 will, of course, remain largely unchanged as from the looks of things. Fourth and downwards will, of course, change up, and after that, of course, is the whole factor of who gets in where, depending on what points, how many matches, you get the point. And of course, the other thing, the bigger thing probably for, I should say, looking at the present side of things, is the fact that there's a lot of money from the prize pool that'll be given out. Of course, 1,200 and 600 USD respectively for the first and second position. So that's a lot to be fighting for at the end of the day. And that is, of course, what both teams will be looking at for the time being. Hunters, of course, while they will be happy with the top seed regardless, they still want that 1,200, right? And of course, Shaheens, they'll be looking forward to that same amount as well. So, with all that being said, just waiting on some final player confirmations from both sides. And as soon as we get that, we'll be going straight in. I'm sure that CCV right now, just chilling in the back, is going to be enjoying the fact that he took all that effort earlier today, bringing up bringing up a marble racing demo just to have the prediction of Hunters 3-1, which was the same prediction that he made in the summer series, right? And no, summer series he said Hunters 3-2, it was a 3-1. So he wasn't entirely wrong, actually, at least better than the spring season where both of us got it horrifically wrong. But hey, it is what it is, right? Um, but yeah, today I'm pretty sure CZ's not gonna be having a good time over on social media later on. I don't even know. He's off doing his own thing at the minute. But jokes aside, folks, again, like I said, player confirmations and all that, we're just waiting on that. As you know, of course, today's match has had a number of rather unfortunate issues, technical side of things. And, it's South Asia. Things happen. Things kind of just have to happen. It's South Asia. Wouldn't really be a South Asia match without things happening, now would it, at the end of the day? But yeah, that's pretty much where we stand. 77-2, and not much to say, which is a very, very how should I say? It's one thing that makes this match unique, I guess, at the end of the day, because with the Hunters game, there's never not enough things to talk about. But today, there's not enough things to talk about, really, all things considered. So we apologize if we seem overly joke-ish at the minute. There's not much again to say for now. And really, Oregon, I mean, we've seen it like 1,000 times at this point, an infinite number of times. We've been in a literal loop with this map ever since the reworked version was introduced into the pro play. So, really, at the end of the day, there's not much to say, not much to do, unless, of course, the players give us something else to talk about, which they might. Shaheens out attack first, right? And Oregon is a defender set of maps. So, Hunters, they could actually win out the first half, which would be a first for this series, as in this best of five series that we're having in front of us at the moment. But again, we have to get into the game to figure that part out. So, with all that being said, Baba, what are you expecting? First half, I'm not even giving you like a full game prediction like I normally do. I don't want to throw you under
Hmm.
the bus. Just first half, what do you think we might see?
Oh man. Oregon first half, you could see Hunters. They could win at least some decent amount of rounds, especially if you have the site on basement, laundry, and supply room. But the rest of the sites, maybe on first from meeting, might be a bit difficult for Hunters to defend properly. But I'm pretty sure if I have to say it, I could say first half could go 2-4, if and only if the sites on second floor and basement have been well defended from Hunter's LFO. But if they could not be able to do that, then it could go 5-1 once again in favor for Shaheens in the first half itself. I mean, that had happened twice, right? It had happened two times, and I know what you're doing there, Jack. I know the wing expression. Just yeah, it's actually good. I mean, I tried doing that once, but it could not happen. But yeah, as I was saying, 7-3, 7-2. Sorry, 7-3 and 7-2 on Villa and Theme Park, especially in the first half. I could say high likely chance that it could go on a 5-1, but we'll be able to find that out with the map number 3 being open, folks. Oregon, Shaheens are in map point series point for the grand finals of TEC Pro Series 4 edition for Rainbow Six Siege. And let's start off with the band phase itself, starting off from the side of Hunters LFO.
Right. So, yeah, sorry about that. I was just dealing with a little thing over here. This is just something to do with the light. Don't worry, folks. I'm still here. I'm not having technical difficulties today. So, let's move on to the bands as we have the first band here today. And that is, of course, from the side of the Hunters who have decided to ban Flores. Hunters really don't like this operator, do they? I mean, I do get it. The RCE Rotero drones are pretty annoying to deal with, as OSA will be banned as well from the side of the Shaheens. Of course, deployable shields and shield operators themselves can get pretty annoying. And OSA, kind of in general, has a very good presence on any given map that she's in, especially if you don't have explosive utility to force her out of any particular areas that she's not particularly welcome in. Mira will also be uh put banned. Excuse me, right there. I lost my train of thought for a second there. But yeah, Mira will be banned, and Oregon, Mira, I mean, standard ban, really, all things considered. And the final ban from the side of the Hunters, Azami, will be taken care of here in the ban phase. So, folks, for potentially the last set of bans in today's game, we have them already done. Osa Mira and Flores Azami from both of the teams, Shaheens and Hunters. And with that, let us go into, or well, we will be going into the game in just a moment. Once again, a little bit of a pause from the admin side of things. Technical difficulties, as you know, and then of course we'll be going straight into the match. Just some final bits and pieces that are being put into place. Don't worry, it's not going to take too long before we go in. And since it's Hunters on the defense, I would have otherwise said that you could expect first floor meeting or first floor dining coming out from them immediately. But knowing the Hunters today and given how they've been playing, I don't really think they're going to be going for those off strats all too much. I think we can expect more standard play from them, which is again not something I'd be saying normally speaking, but today is anything but normal for the Hunters now, is it? So yeah.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. For a moment there, I thought we were about to start the matchup on Oregon, but yeah, apparently there's some issues that's been happening around from us, our own side. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna take us. It's not gonna take. It's not any issues whatsoever, guys. We're just making sure everything is going out well. But don't worry, it's not gonna take more than 5 or 10 minutes. It'll just be a minute or two to set things up so that we can proceed to map Oregon. And yep, we just got the confirmation from our admin side, which means we are heading back right into the game, folks. Round number one, Oregon, map number three. Shaheens on map point. All they need is just one more map win in the grand finals, and they will secure 10 points and also a huge prize pool of 1,200 US dollars. So let's start off with the first side being on second floor kids dorms and dorms main hall.
Here we go. Round number one. Second for dorms and dorms main hall. The side of choice from the Hunters. We've got a Frost in play along with the Capcan as well. So some pretty interesting operator choices overall, but nothing that's too different or unseen when it comes to this map. That is, of course, you know, that is, of course, Oregon. We've seen Frost here before, we've seen Capcan here before, and again, no real surprise that these operators are out to play today. But the question is, for the Hunters, can they somehow avoid being, 0-3 in this best of 5 grand finals? Again, there's just a bunch of firsts here today, right? As the Hunters have been winning so many things so frequently recently that I would never have thought that I'd be saying, will Hunters get 0-3'd in a matchup that they're having against the Shaheens? But for now, of course, we'll just have to wait and see. As the attack phase, action phase has begun, interesting thing that the Hunters are doing, which is they've left a part of the bedroom wall half open. And of course, they've got a meat jammer there just to make sure that drones don't get the information that they're looking for. Sparkle out towards a small tower. Got the Capcan Sandy inside the showers for support as you have the E1D coming in. But he's going to take the first kill, and that's a massive first kill as well. Beat goes down. Taking a gunfight on the other side as well as Rattler comes out, that exact wall that I was talking about just a second ago, and gets 2 massive kills right now. Ready with C4. The mute is the only one to fall so far has been the Frost, but the Frost, of course, can play, posthumously in that the Frost mats are still active on the map. As that rotate has been further buffed up thanks to the Wamai magnets that have been put there. Shaheen's losing a couple of early bodies thanks to some interesting play by Rattler. Ooh. Third one, but a trade. Skywalker brings it back. 2v2 now. Skywalker the Ash with 2 big kills.
Yep, the score's been equalized, but still, Shaheens, they've got to be careful on their man count. Because if you make one single mistake, then Hunters LFO could use that to their advantage. Cooked Nade will catch up and taking out Sandy. He's going for the revive, but the confirmation will be done nonetheless. Caesar will secure the kill. The Frostmat trap gets it, and also the win. Oh no, Pogmat moment. And Hunters, you get away with the win in round number 1. Okay, that was how many times have you seen a Frostmat trap, Jack? How many times have you seen a Frostmat trap again? Is this the 5th
really
time or
don't know.
6th time?
I really don't know. I wish I could tell you. But again, in a Hunter's game, I think it's like we're probably up to like 5, right? Like the Mercenaries match the other day had 4, and then now we we're of course now up to 1 more in this game so far. As Sandy will be more than happy with that kill, as we all know. But I gotta say, I'm pretty sure they knew there was a Frost in play, right? That was the first body dropped from the attackers, and so yeah. Anyhow, folks, let's just Yeah, let's just come back to us once again. 1-0 currently for the Hunters as they will take the first round. As is expected, it is Oregon after all. Oregon is one of those maps where defenders start winning rounds pretty early. So the first round, not exactly too surprising that the Hunters ended up winning that one. What I'm really interested in is how they play going forward from here, and can they turn things around for themselves across the board when it comes to this match. As again, to win, they need to reverse 0-3 sweep, or 3-0, I should say, sweep against their opponents, and that is going to be an insanely arduous task right about now. Don't worry, of course, as we saw in the all chat just a second ago, a rehost is not going to be happening, hopefully, for the time being. I say that, I don't want to jinx it or anything. But yeah, Sparko disconnecting because of a game crash, and he should be back in just a moment, and we will, of course, ourselves be going back into the match in just a moment. But yeah, like I said, Shaheen should have probably known that Hunters had a frost in play, right? And they should have probably reacted accordingly. But in a moment where you suddenly take it from a 2v4 to a 2v2 to a 2v1, you kind of want to go in and equalize and finish up, not equalize, but like you want to keep the body count advantage going. You want to win the round. So there's a lot of rush happening, like a rush in the head happening at that time, and that's why the Liana probably just jumped in without really looking first. And by the time she saw the trap, oh well, it was too late. So yeah, that's really all there is to say about my round number one. And again, only one round, so it's really hard to talk about much else at the minute. So yeah, again, just not really much from the Hunters today. They just seem quiet, a little disjointed, a little, I don't know, uncoordinated, all things considered, which is not something I ever want to be saying about the Hunters. But today they really have not left me any choice. And I'm sure CCV wasn't exactly having the best time in the world either when he was taking map 2 alongside Baba. So yeah, all things considered, it is what it is as we wait for Sparko to rejoin.
Yep. Hunters LFO. Apparently, especially in the grand finals, it's definitely not looking good from their end. I mean, the whole upper brackets matchup where we did get to see the Pro Series Fall Edition, every single map was just Hunters LFO winning 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, and then now we see 0-2 favoring for Shaheens. One more map victory and Shaheens would get the win, which would lead to Hunters LFO ending their win streak, well, in which they had all the way towards from summer and spring. They've had great adventures. I mean, they had great adventures and also some great progress being made from their end. 20 points is a good way for Hunters LFO to hold things out, but when you find certain mistakes like this, I mean, there are more than, currently in the S national points system, you have more than 8 to 9 teams currently still in the table. So once the grand final is done, we'll be able to get the proper table itself to see how many points do we have. And just like you said, Jack, Hunters LFO, even if they lose this grand finals matchup, they would still secure first place. The only difference has to be Shaheens, where currently with them being on seventh place, I believe, they would jump all the way to fourth position by defeating Phalanx. Phalanx were in fourth position, claiming 5 points, and with Shaheens, if they win this, they'll claim a total of 12 points, in which they'll be almost head to head with Kira Esports, Mercenaries, and Hunters LFO, in which all three of the teams currently have double digits in their points table. Right, they have 20, 19, or 18, and then we have Kira Esports. Having a total of 16 or 17 points respectively. So having Shaheen's win this would mean that we would get another double digit table all the way from fourth place. But the rest of the table, especially for the teams who will be in the eighth place, Retrograde would still be there. You would still have Phalanx, and the rest of the other teams would still be in that particular spot. But for now, folks, let's for that table to go in for the change, we will head back into the game. But never mind, we're just going back into the caster scam again, mainly because there's some issues being held off from the teams itself. I know. I know it's connectivity issues. We just have to wait out for a minute or two to make sure that everything is working smoothly, folks. So again, apologies for that. I know on map number 2 and map number 1 we had a lot of delays regarding this issue, but do not worry, we will get the match back on track and we will proceed with the matchup without having any further delays.
Just a waiting game, isn't it, at the end of the day? And that's
Hmm.
really all there is to it, folks. So Yeah, like Baba said, don't worry, we will be going into the game in just a short while, just sorting out a few final things once again while we go back. Well, wait to go back into the match. I know, we had similar things happen in map number two as well, and then we had a massive break when it was 4-1. So we sincerely apologize for all the delays and so on and so forth. It's really unfortunate that all of this is happening on the grand finals day, no less. But some of it's really just out of our control. So there's not much we can do. There's not much the players can do for getting disconnected or game crashes and so on and so forth. So, yeah, again, just waiting for the ready, and looks like we have it. So let's go into the match properly this time, as round number two is getting started, and the site is Basement Laundry and Supply Room.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yep, Basement Laundry, the site where hunters would require to win if they have to end the first half on a very good note. 4-2 or a 5-1 should be very great on defense so that they can hold their ground on second half while they'll be on attack. So for now, we gotta see whether if it would work out well in round number two with Doctor currently bringing the Thatcher at this point. And I just realized that since Osa and Flores have been banned, two of the very important operators, which could have been very helpful on Blue Bunker, Team Shaheens needs to figure out a way of destroying those deployable shield in a different way. So I believe the Iana could help them, maybe even the Ash's breach charges should be more than enough to create an explosive hole to destroy those important deployable shields. But interestingly enough, we see some ADSs being placed all the way towards Frieza, which means that one of the players will be playing very closely towards the stairs. Maybe a shotgun player like Rattler or maybe Actually, Jittery doesn't have the M5 shotgun. He's using the MPX. Only one player has a shotgun, and Rattler playing on Frieza stairs might help Hunter's LFO secure a lot of wins. But the way how we see Shaheens progressing in towards the side, they don't usually go all the way towards Blue Bunker. They want to remove the roamers first. And with the help of the drones indicating the exact location on Sandy's whereabouts, the attempt of runner from Beat was very great. There goes Envy. And without the help of Capitau's bolts, it would be difficult for Hunter's LF4 to proceed in towards that particular phase. Skywalker gets down too, on the other hand, gets confirmed from Sandy, reloads the MX4 Storm. He needs to do it in a very quick manner. Doctor peeks, but Sandy gets away with the win. 5v2. This time, Hunter's LFO, they came back. And now, with only two players left from Shaheens' end, it'd be even much more difficult as Sandy gets one more triple kill as he removes Caesar. It's now in the hands of Mighty Ali to clutch a 1v5. A very difficult situation for him because he doesn't have any information regarding on players' whereabouts. He could hear it with the help of sound cues, but once he gets traded out, there's no way that Shaheens will be able to win round number two.
Well, he's going to start things off by getting the first one, Mighty Ali, that is, getting one kill, but there you go. The trade out, just like Baba said, is in. Beat will get that kill. And with that, Hunter's LFO will take round number two off the back of some very strong roaming from Beat. And, the kill on the Skywalker, of course, was very, very. We don't really know where that happened, but yeah, once again, a pause request. Has Sparko crashed again? Think he might just have. So, if you all remember the day with the Mercenaries game, right, the other day, Sandy did not play the first map against MRCZ because of the same issue that we saw, Sandy put down in the chat of the stream, in that just constant crashing, so the game had to be reinstalled, so to speak. So yeah, and now it seems like we've got another issue with crashing constantly for Sparko once again, which means some issues will need to be taken care of. And mind you, the pause timer isn't exactly all 10 minutes that the in-game pause timer is available for. There's only a certain number of minutes that are allocated to each team, and you have to make sure that you don't end up using up all of that time for crashes and so on and so forth, because sometimes you gotta have a bit more going for you before you can get other things done and dusted. But with that, folks, once again, seems like we're gonna be returning to us as here you go. We'll probably spend more time here with us in this match than we have with the actual game. That's a joke. That's a joke. Just putting it out there. But round two, not really much in terms of the Shaheens' play. They were down to a 1v5 pretty quickly. And that's really just about all there is to it at the end of the day. So just good, strong roam game from the Hunter side. We didn't get to see all of it, of course, but the alibi on second floor was pretty good. I mean, taking down Doctor early, especially on a day where Doctor clearly has had at least a bit of a good day. Map 2, not as much, but map 1, definitely Doctor was feeling himself there. As Now map 3, not the best start for Doctor, but not the best start for, pretty much anyone at this minute because of the issues that are currently happening. So hopefully the whole crashing thing gets resolved before we end up with another awkward position where, things just kind of are happening for the sake of happening. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see about whether Sparko's game can, keep up for more than one round. It's happened to me before, actually, crashing every round of a game. But looks like we'll be going back into the match without too much of a or not. Never mind.
No, not.
We're just playing mixed signals here. Don't worry, folks. But yeah, just waiting for a little bit of a things to get sorted out, and then we'll get back into the match. I know you're hearing it a lot from us right now, and you're seeing a lot of us right now, but yeah, it's just one of those days, folks. It's just one of those days. Nothing is going right, Shaheens are having disconnections every few rounds, and Hunters are getting game crashes every other round, and all that stuff. But once again, let's go back into round number 3. The pause has been unpaused. Sparko is back, and we're going to first floor, meeting in kitchen as the side of choice.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yep, round number 3. This time Hunter's LFO has secured 2 rounds on defense. Second floor dorms and bedroom, and then we have dorms and dorms main hall. And then we have basement, laundry, and supply room. Now, the main question of it all is, can Shaheen succeed round number 3, the side being on kitchen and meeting? Although this side is majority-wise favored for Shaheens, unless and until you have a strategy in a way that Hunters could get away with the win, and we've seen countless numbers of situations where Hunters have won this side. And since it's on defense, Shaheens, all they've got to do is just make sure that they survive the first half, so that once they're on defense, they need to make sure that they could not make a single amount of mistakes. Action phase will be present with a total of 6 breach charges that can be used all the way from second floor, but in order for that to happen, they've got to get control on second floor first. And with Sandy's performance, in which we did get to see him get a triple kill all the way towards second floor Dom's window, it will be very difficult for Shaheens to proceed into that same push once again. So instead of opening up the barricades from the window side, they'll just push in all the way towards master bedroom, just try to corner him in a way that Sandy or the second player from the side of Hunter's LFO is holding towards the attic side would have nowhere else to go but forward. They have to challenge, and in this way, they will succeed this time by removing Sandy.
Big kill right there as the alibi will go down. And of course, Sandy, as we all know, has been a pretty big thorn for the side of the attack. Grenades are out. Sparker will take a ton of damage. Gotta be careful. There's gonna be a second one coming any second now. But that one does no damage, unfortunately, for the attack. Rattler's still down below, and so is Jittery. Okay, both SAS players are playing on the first floor. Red Ping is out. Jittery saw someone. Can't quite confirm the kill on Envy, though, as the drone came in at just that moment to keep him occupied. Otherwise, Envy pushing up now, trying to find the smoke, who has long since deserted the kitchen's hallway. Coming around to meeting, I think. There was a ping towards the meeting side. As in the meanwhile, a breach has happened towards the main bedroom wall. The foosball side of the site is now open. The standard stuff that we have come to expect, when it comes to this overall defense as well. The second floor is so important for defending out first floor meeting. As we have gas grenades being thrown out, and Siege is going to be down, taken care of. Jittery, there we go, finds a big kill. Beat in the meanwhile, trying to get some pre-fires going. Jittery goes down. Skywalker taking that one. Sparko taking damage from the kids' dorm's window. There's an attacker repelling there. 55 on the clock. It is a body count advantage for the attackers. Skywalker's going for the plant. And where are the defenders right now? Nowhere in any position to contest this, which means it'll be a plant and a finish as well. Shaheen's good on the attack there. Just getting in because no one was really in the site. Everyone was playing towards security, towards meeting dining and second floor. They just walked in. They droned out, meaning they just walked in from the backside. They were like, yeah, sure, empty. Sure, let's just get in, finish it off. 2-1, as Shaheens will put their first on board.
Yep. Shaheens will secure the site on meeting and kitchen, which means that the rest of the 2 rounds still favor for Hunters. Second floor Doms and Doms Mail Hall and basement laundry and supply room, unless and until Shaheens have figured out a way to destroy this defensive hold. Changes in operators, as we see Jittery bring in the Thorn this time. Those trap operators will be very helpful for the defenders to hold their ground, especially up against Shaheens. Unless and until we see some changes from the attackers, especially with Doctor, in which mainly he usually changed the operators sometimes to bring in the IQ to help get those important information. And I think it would be a best idea. I mean, look at all the operators from Hunters LFO. There you go. IQ will be brought out from Doctor this time, knowing that you have all the utilities on defense that can be detected from the IQ scanners. 3 Razor Bloom traps, 3 ADSs, 5 EDDs, and a total of 4 mute jammers, which can be destroyed with the help of IQ's pings. This will be so helpful for Shaheens to remove those exact locations, open up those walls even much more faster. But the main question of it all is, how can they succeed in destroying that deployable shield? That strong angle that we see from Beat all the way towards Trophy Room. How will they get that kill? Will we see a control being shown in towards the attic side? No, instead we see a lot of damage being dealt around from Sandy's end all the way towards first floor meeting hallway. But no confirmation on kills has been done just yet. But the amount of information that they can get from the IQ scans could help Shaheen to proceed in towards the play. But they've got to get kills to ensure that none of those plays from Hunters LFO would be present from their end. And just like I said, look at the pings from the IQ. Razor Bloom Thorn and also the ADS which is present. It will be denied a lot. And Jesus, Skywalker almost getting off the kill from Beat, but instead he'll be the one to win that gunfight. And so does Mahdi Ali, retaliating back as he removes Rattler.
A 1-for-1 as Doctor will get the kill onto Sandy. That Capcan was pinged. And I'm not sure what Sandy was thinking peeking that. I'm not sure what Beat was thinking peeking that like that as well. Sparko seems like he wants to go for a gunfight, as does Jittery, as they're both just peeking left, right, and center. But never mind, they're already in here. Sparko goes down as Envy, just walks in with the pistol, nonchalantly as he please, because these guys are clearly not watching their flanks. Instead, they're more interested in peeking just about everything. Getting taken down as Shaheens will equalize, and we are now 2-2 up on the map.
2-2 up. And Shaheens succeeding on second floor Doms and Doms main hall. We will now proceed to round number 5.
Attackers need to locate
The
and
side
defuse
being
as
on
many
basement
bombs
laundry and
as they
supply
can.
room, this time at the hands of Hunters. Some changes will be made once again from the attackers' end, this time with Mighty Ali bringing the blitz this time. Will we expect a rush all the way from basement blue bunker here, Jack?
Well, given what I'm seeing, Lion, okay, Dekebi, Finka, Blitz, Ash, I think you're right, Bubba. I think we might have a blue bunker rush right about now.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
I mean, we'll be able to see that once the spawn from the attackers have been done all the way towards construction site. I think they're not in construction site as of now. They might be there. They will be in a different place altogether. I just heard some explosive being used. Actually, no, it was from Beats' impact nades to create certain lines of sight. But all in all, we see Shaheens spawning in towards the street side this time, making entry into one particular place, and the Ash, aka Skywalker, will choose to be on, will choose to spawn on the other side, the junkyard spawn, where he'll try to catch 1 or 2 of the operators off guard on the side of Hunters LFO, especially the roamers, Beat or maybe Jittery. But have ample amount of information, they could use it to their advantage. And plus, if they remove at least one of the defenders, they'll be able to get the cams with the help of the Kebi's hack and get a lot of information from the Valkyrie cams itself, which could put Hunters LFO in a bit of a danger spot.
That it very well could, but looks like we are now setting up for that big push that we were talking about just now. Gone 6. All they need is one of these. There you go. Here comes the blitz. Here comes the push. And there goes one, maybe? Yeah, okay. Jittery does get one in return, mind you. Rattler goes down to Skywalker, but Jittery finds Doctor in the meanwhile. Envy comes in, finds Jittery. Shots are fired from all over the place as Envy's gone in. Finding one. Sandy in the meanwhile gets Mighty LE. It's a 3v2. Make that 3v1. Beat gets Envy as well. It's all down to Skywalker holding down the shield on Blue Bunker as the last one standing. Unfortunately, mid-round rush from the side of the attack didn't really work out the way they wanted it to, as Sandy will get the final kill, just pushing up. I think that was a wall bang as well. There you go. Basement, laundry, and supply room goes the way of the Hunters as they will reclaim the lead, and it is 3-2 in their favor.
3-2. Not quite sure whether if that rush was helpful from Shaheens' end, but it will give the lead for Hunters LFO this time by securing round number 5. First half almost coming to an end from Hunters' place with their defensive hold, and this time they'll make a decision to bring back the second floor side this time. Once again, we'll see an IQ being brought out, mainly because of the Thorn's Razor Boom gadget, and also the important utilities which could be used to destroy some of their important utilities. But all in all, I've got to say, round number 4, Hunters LFO's defensive hold was looking a bit out of place, especially the 2 pistol kills that we saw from Envy's end. He just sprints in all towards the doorway of second floor trophy, unattended, uncontested. He ends up getting 2 kills from the side and immediately gets the win. So for now, we see some minor changes of the placements of the reinforcement walls, as we see a rotation being made all the way towards big towers. So expect 1 or 2 player playing towards the window side of big towers, seeing whether if he can get an opening pick or 2, and make sure he doesn't get picked off on the process.
Oh, it's all about not getting picked out early once again. As we've got, once again, the drones going into Armory, try to find where these defenders could be. There's an IQ as well in play. As the side, of course, second floor once again. No need to attempt a side that hasn't worked out even once, is what the Hunters are thinking right now. 3-2 in their favor, as they've got a pretty solid hold on everything, and looks like they might want to go for a run out. Sparko in tower. Oh dear, this rotate is okay. I was gonna say the rotate's a little scuffed. Just needed to make a quick fix and be done with it. That is exactly what we just saw. Now the Malusi, on the other hand, Jittery, we saw towards small tower. Could have been itching to go for a bit of a run out, but seems like there will not be any such shenanigans being taken into account just for the time being. Shaheens are more than happy to just hold out, chill out on this side of the map, the bedroom and armory side of the map, that is, and get the breach done, in time, and so on and so forth. There we go. Breach is done, but oh,
What?
hear me. That definitely doesn't look.
Okay.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't look. That doesn't look a-okay. I'll tell you what. Argus Cam should find at least one of the meat jammers on the attic wall, as the breach should be done properly now. A second set of breaches going off towards the attic side. Chains going for the 2-sided pincer push that we normally see. Drone spotting a defender, and the IQ now watching for said defender. But that defender has since evacuated, gone all the way down to the basement. No bodies dropped, and we're about to be 55 seconds in. Oh boy, this round is going to be a bloodbath.
Yes, in fact it will. Lines of sight being made all the way towards the attic side, which will at least help the attackers to push forward. They're losing a lot of time on the other hand. 40 seconds, flashbang being thrown all the way towards the attic doorway. They will find an opportunity or so. EMPs to deny most of the Jaeger's JDSs. And already we see Mighty Ali pushing all the way towards attic. Oh boy. Still stay survive. He will still stay alive. Caesar, on the other hand, gets to take out Sandy. Let's not forget he currently has the diffuser in hand all the way deep within the site as Mighty Ali loses the gunfight with Jittery, and so does Beat, succeeding his own gunfight with Envy. 3v2, 15 seconds, and it's no longer, because Hunters LFO have finally managed to defend the site on second floor Doms and Doms main hall in round number 6. Job well done from Hunters LFO to hold their ground as best as possible, wasting a lot of time. And with it, we'll be able to see Shaheens go ahead with the second half with the site being changed. Shaheens will be on defense, and Hunters LFO will be on attack.
The second half is now in play as Hunters are going to be on the attacking
Defenders,
side
protect your
of
bombs
things.
from being
Shaheens on the
defused by
attack didn't exactly light the world on fire, so they're going to now look to do something along those lines in the second half now. As round 7 is now in play. We're going back to second floor dorms as usual, the site that we see every single time we come to this map, which we do just too often anyway. But all of that is a conversation for a different day. I don't want to go on that same tangent that I did a couple of nights ago. I forget the match that we were having, but it was another like Oregon Clubhouse Villa day, and
10
I
seconds
was just
remaining.
done that day. Not today though. Today I'm just more than happy that we're
5
having the
seconds
grand
to go.
finals, and despite the massive number of technical difficulties we've had, we are going
moving out to
into it
locate a
with,
bomb and
of
defuse
course,
it.
open arms and open hearts. As for now, the visual will be in play, interestingly enough, from Doctor, and I think he's gone all the way off towards Big Tower. Uh, and I say that because that's where we saw the visual head to last. Rattler's drone will spot the alibi in Big Tower as Sandy watches for some sort of run out or jump out shenanigans. Jittery using the Gata hook to just get on the roof. And no real surprises there, why repel when you can get there in like half the time? Gata hook, always so useful. Waiting on potentially a couple of, maybe a couple of peaks from the Shaheen side. Maybe they're getting a little bit too antsy. Maybe they want to get early peek out, spawn kills, so on and so forth. Jittery now on the drone. And this is his drone, I think. Giving away the position of that alibi. Is he going to break open the attic window in the meanwhile? Give everybody a bit of a scare that, hey, what's going on there? Let's go have a look. And there you go. Attic has been reinforced off.
Yeah, well, Jittery won't be having any problems entering into us a site, and Sandy gets away with the initial pick. Doctor goes out, and with it, Hunters can now make their fresh start in round number 7 attack. Once more, and this time it's Spark who gets picked out of the hands of Skywalker. And that too, it's the Heart Breacher too. The biggest question is, did the attacker succeed in breaching up the walls on second floor Dom's wall? I don't think so. And that's the only Heart Breacher that Hunters LFO had in breaching out those important walls. And now with Sparko not being available, the breach is fully protected. Even the attic and also on kids' walls, this is a huge problem for Hunters. The only thing that they can do right now is at least make an angle all the way from the window side, enter in towards the doorways of White Stairs or at the other place. And we see Envy getting one more kill from Sandy and Jittery already inside the side, but Envy denies it immediately, making it a 2v3 situation. Beat on the other hand tries to find a kill off of the Goyo. He won't be able to get the kill, but he does get a kill from Mighty Ali with a wall bang. But the smoke was unaware of the situation. Rattler all the way deep within Doms. Plan is happening. An attempted peek from Envy. He'll succeed in that. Triple kill. A 1v2 post plant. All by himself. Rattler not going very good. And he gets a... He's gone. Shaheens will succeed round number 7 by just removing Sparko. The only Heart Breacher for Hunters LFO gone in the early round, which had forced Hunters to push, find another way from the windows or the doorways, and ended up being its major downfall. Shaheens will succeed round number 7 on a 4-3 score line. And now in round number 8, the site will be changed and it will be back to Basement Laundry and Supply Room.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Ah, yes, I may or may not have forgotten to unmute myself. Don't you just love it when you lose your train of thought and then you lose sense of what exactly you set your settings to after you stopped speaking the last time? But like I said, Baba Shaheens, of course, now one round away from equalizing, and I am very interested in the whole idea behind the Rook being brought in. I don't think we've had that mid-season patch where the Rook is supposed to get the new ability, where Rook armor plates will allow any defender who has equipped them to withstand. Oh boy, some of the most divisive words in Rainbow Six, right? Withstand, the most divisive word right there. But I think with Rook,
Mhm.
at least, it makes a bit more sense. It's at least tied to his gadget and not some obscure sentence, like a singular sentence in his bio, like it was for Zofia, or for no reason at all, like it was for Tachanka in that test server that one time. But yeah, for the time being, we're just in round number 8, action phase, and other than the Rook, it's just a standard hold here that we're seeing from Shaheens, right? You've got the Aruni, you've got the two SAS brothers, and of course you've got the Jaeger. The one that the Rook is really replacing, excuse me, is of course the Wamai, and the Rook is out roaming as well on second floor. Well, I guess you could call it more
Oh
lurking.
boy.
Impact will be sent out. Jittery takes that in the face. And Doctor just trying to get back to side right now will do so. Actually, that's Envy getting back to side. Doctor's in pillars right now and sees a beautiful shot, finding Rattler. That's your first kill right there. And Shaheens are yet to lose even a single body as Envy will get reset.
Both Envy and Doctor just sprinted all the way downstairs from the place, and Sandy somehow missed the opportunity to remove both of the players. This is not looking good from Hunter's end, not good at all, especially on attack. Breaches will be done nonetheless, at least that's a good sign. The hatches will be destroyed. But you still got to focus on the site with all 5 players for Shaheen still available and still in play. Doctor, on the other hand, with the Rook play, it will be even tougher for the attackers to even make an attempt to go in for those peaks. Shots being made, but unfortunately won't be able to find anything at the moment. Sandy will just drop down all the way towards blue bunkers by removing the barricades out. See whether they can get an opening pick or two all the way from that side. Force the defenders to not hold that particular angle in a way that Doctor wouldn't get that crossfire angle placed properly for the defensive side. Although the time has been wasting quite a lot with a total of 55 seconds, Shaheens, they've got all their countermeasures. The smoke gas canisters, which has already been prepped twice. Currently, Sandy knows this with the help of the attack drones, which will be destroyed nonetheless. The drop down will happen, which means all 3 attackers will drop down from the hatch itself. Grenades being thrown around. Envy playing very close at that particular moment. Drop down will happen once the flash has been thrown in towards the boiler side, and once it's done, there we go. Drop's been happening. Envy gets one. The second will be in towards the boiler's side, where Doctor is just busy currently trying to disconnect one of the calls, but that distraction will give Hunters LFO the advantage that they need. Beat get one, Beat gets the second, but here comes retaliation from Doctor and Skywalker by removing Sandy and Sparko out, which leads to Beat in a 1v3, all by himself, all by his lonesome, sprints away, but Beat still gets the kill anyways, and Mighty comes back with the SMG-11 to get the kill off from Beat. Shaheens will succeed round number 8 without facing any issues whatsoever, and all Hunters did was just drop down from the hatch on meeting all 3 of them, only to get removed from either from Envy and Doctor, in which yeah, the Doctor, maybe instead of disconnecting the call, he could have helped his team, but all in all, Shaheens have succeeded in winning the round on round number 7, equalizing the score count to a 4-4 in round number 9.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
4-4. Going into the 9th round, and we are now going to be going on to one of the first floor sites, folks. First floor kitchen and meeting. No real surprises there, of course, like we've said before. Meeting and kitchen is just the stronger site. And just in general, just better to defend, especially if you've got a castle in play, just like how we see Caesar have in this round. Envy going 9-5 right now has brought out the Echo, which is not a usual inclusion for this site, I will say. But speaking of scores, let's have a look at the Hunter's side. 11-5 to Beat, once again a cut above the rest, as the second is Sandy, scoring 6-6, a distant second place compared to where Beat is at the moment. And yeah, in the last round, I gotta say though, that triple drop down the hatch, we've said it time and time again, that triple drop down the hatch just does not work. I'm not sure why teams keep attempting it, because again, you have to have somebody on, boiler room and somebody already clearing blue bunker before you can go for that, and I don't know, nobody just seems to learn. as right now, of course, a different side, different mantra of this push. Jittery is on the Thatcher. That's interesting. Sparko going 1-4. Really unfortunate day for them, for Sparko, that is. And yeah, just Hunters now getting equalized on. Shaheen's gaining momentum with each passing round. As we've got what could be, I think, a roam clear from the side of the Hunters. But they've got to do this at least a little systematically if they want to win this round.
Yeah, there we go. Round number 9. Action phase is present. And the site will be on kitchen/meeting room. Yokai drones will be present. So does the hard breachers, Jittery and Sparko, bringing both the Thatcher and the Thermite. The EMPs will be very effective, and so does the Kebi calls, which will happen right about now, giving some indication on players' whereabouts. Hunters already making their presence shown from second floor master bedroom side itself. Doctor will be able to find one of the players all the way towards the attic side, finds the head, and Invi gets one. There goes Beat, so does Rattler, all the way from the breach, and he just runs away to safety just like that. No repercussions, no consequences from Shaheens. They get away with 2 kills, and yet not a single player from Shaheens have been destroyed just yet.
Only, Envy and Doctor has taken a little bit of damage, but really nothing else after that. Sandy gets the kill onto Doctor. One will go down, and that's the Valkyrie who went prone on the kitchen door facing tower, big tower door. Meanwhile, Envy going all the way downstairs to hide, as we all know, because of course you're the Echo. And playing plant or denying plant specifically is what the Echo does best. Hiding those drones, giving away intel left, right, and center. Mighty Ali, not sure what the idea was there. Sandy will clean up on that kill as the mute was just caught running around with a shotgun in hand, no less. And we also go for a flank as Caesar gets caught off. Jittery coming in. Skywalker finds Sparko, but goes down to Sandy. In the meanwhile, the plant has to happen. 10 seconds remain. And Envy's coming in mighty close right about now. Trying to find 4 opponents, but unfortunately will not. It is a 1v2, and it is still pretty possible that Envy gets away with this, so long as his Echo drones are still active. Gets one, and now he's going to start using the Echo drone. There we go. Position of his will be given away, and of course, Jittery, his position will be heard, but Jittery will be the one to get the kill. The vertical angles were established not too long ago, and Hunters will take full advantage of those same angles, give themselves the round win, a much needed one, as they will maintain the lead. We are now in round 10, and Hunters are 5-4 up.
5-4. Succeeding in meeting and kitchen. Almost a close round for Shaheens to win it out, but when it comes to mistakes being made like that from both the Doctor and the Mute, where a prone peek did happen all the way from the doorway side, and also you had one of the players, especially the Mute, unaware of Sandy's location all the way from dining room doorway, really did give away the win from the side of Hunters LFO. Now, since they won the first pro side, how would they win the rest of the 2 sides of basement laundry and Dom's main hall? That's the biggest question here, because for the defensive side, those 2 sides have been considered one of the most strongest sides on map Oregon, and apparently in the South APAC region, those 2 sides have a high likelihood chances for the defenders to win it out. So as we take a look at the scoreboard itself, Envy with a total of 12 kills. He did get 3 kills from the Echo in the previous round. Also, Doctor having 4 kills. This time he'll be bringing the Alibi this time, not the Valkyrie. Apparently, the kills didn't eventually help Shaheens at that moment, because it was Envy who did get those 2 initial kills in the beginning, only to get removed from Sandy all the way towards First Pro Kitchen. So they have to be careful on certain moments like this, mainly because of one single distraction being made from Envy could also give distractions for the attackers to have a chance to bring this map back. So now with the action phase coming in play, again we will get to see the same push that we see on the side of Team Hunters LFO, breaching the walls all the way towards attic. But I've got to say, Hunters LFO, they have good drone work, especially the attack drone which has been placed from Beats aside. The amount of information that they can get all the way towards meeting is just absolutely astonishing. But unfortunately, it will be destroyed. And for hunters, having information means knowing half of the battlefield. And Doctor taking quite a bit of damage. I believe that had happened all the way towards the trophy room window, or maybe the window on the other side of Drom's main hall. But nonetheless, Shaheens are taking their sweet time. They're not going to go in for an aggressive peek or run outs, spawn peeks of some sorts. And for Hunters LFO, they're the ones who need to make a play, so they're just going to wait for it.
Well, looks like we're going to have a breach coming off towards the attic side of things this time. Sparko playing it pretty safely, as he's just got to go get that breach done and then come out elsewhere and get another breach taken care of. Caesar, in the meanwhile, trying, I think, to go for a flank, but that breach still hasn't happened. Sparko hasn't put down his exothermic charge yet. I'm not sure exactly what they're waiting for. Maybe they want Caesar gone. That's why they're holding down, as there we go, the breach has been taken care of. They're afraid of the meeting hatch being used against them. I think that's one of the big things. As you have the Zophia's concussives going out, Skywalker and Doctor have taken damage in the meanwhile, mind you, but it's nothing that either of these players are going to be really taking into account here, because all it matters at the end of the day is to get that headshot, and both of them, of course, are more than proficient at it at the time being, as Beat will come in. But no, Envy gets that kill nonetheless. The C4 explodes, but it does not matter, as Envy goes down. That kill will be cleaned up on, and Rattler goes straight up the stairs. It has to have heard the player on meeting. No, over peaks, and Caesar gets that kill. Jittery goes down to Doctor in the meanwhile, as Sparko is now pushing up. We'll see one beautiful headshot on the Mighty Ali inside of Kids Jones, but Doctor's finds Sandy, leaving Sparko the last one standing, and Doctor finds him as well.
Yep, Shaheens not having any problems at all in the site too, especially from Doctor. With the power of MX4 Storm, they will succeed in removing two of the players and also put themselves back at an equalizer, 5-5. And now in round number 11, Basement Laundry Room will be opened up. And once again, Hunters LFO are facing a very difficult situation here. Especially the early pick that we did get to see from Envy's end. The C4 was mainly used to remove some of the players who thought that they would be near the breach, but they weren't. The breach was done in towards the attic side, but not on Kid's main wall. Sorry, on second floor Dom's main hall. But nonetheless, if you take a look at the history itself on the defensive hold, the only site where the attackers had one is at the first floor meeting, and I'm not even surprised. It kind of felt like I just predicted it right. You know, second floor Kids, Basement Laundry, all the way at the hands of the defenders. The only difference was on round number 3 being on the first floor site itself. Granted, there was a lot of how can I call this, mistakes that was made from both the sides, and especially on the same thing can be said for Shaheens too on round number 9. Once you saw 2 initial kills from NB, Shaheens thought to continue the aggression, but it did end up being not favorable for Shaheens' end. And Envy, on the other hand, playing as the Goyo, he decides to be doing the roam duty this time and let the rest of the players holding all the way towards the site itself. Some extended holds being made from Freezer, and also some players playing in towards Freezer stairs too. So nonetheless, for Shaheens, if they got to win this, they got to make sure that they can do everything right. And starting things off, we will see Sandy start things off by removing Mighty Ali off of the equation.
Once again, big drop right there, as the meat will be off the board, but here's a shotgun, and that will only find a Gemini for the time being. As it seems like there's a bit of a push coming down the front side of things. Sandy could peek any second now, does see someone, but unfortunately peeks a little bit too late to actually find anything off of that. Multiple lines of sights have been made towards the front laundry stairs. There's also somebody on top of Freezer stairs, or at least close to it. Nobody's going to be pushing blue from the looks of it, as it seems like Hunters want to go for a front-focused, laundry stairs and Freezer stairs focused push right about now. Maybe with the meeting hatch taken care of. Who knows? As Sparko is the one playing the breacher, we do hear the Excaros taking care of one hatch. Now a second Sparko just going in with the hatch clearances. Doctor still waiting on tower stairs, still waiting for one, maybe two, two people to fall prey to his shotgun. But instead, he'll retract an ADS as he doesn't think that anyone's going to be coming here any second now. The meeting hatch has been opened, and Doctor has a pretty big area to play with. As tower bottom floor is droned out, here comes the Ying Candelas, here comes the push coming in slowly but surely as Rattler goes down first. We guess that, but Doctor goes down. Jittery and Beat are in here right now, and there's Caesar getting one back. Beat goes down. Sandy comes in to find Skywalker in blue bunker. In the middle, it's a 1v3, but Sandy through blue bunker will find Caesar, as well as Hunters will play a late round. I forgot what I was going to say there. A pretty late round push in round number 11. That was 11. So they will now go into map point. Shaheens are grappling with a bit of an unfortunate situation here. If Hunters do win this, then they will get a map up. And they might be very close to that. We're going to basement laundry again from the Hunter side. And the Ying play clearly worked out. Even if the Ying herself died, it seemed to have put Shaheens in enough of a stun lock that, Hunters themselves couldn't really do much. Shaheens themselves couldn't really do much after it.
Apparently changes in the operator's picks, especially with the shotgun from Doctor. Just by having the information, Hunters just decides, you know what? Let's not just push from the stairs itself, because if we do go towards there, it's technically dangerous. So we'll just make do without it, make our way all towards basement laundry stairs, and eventually did help them get that important win. The Shaheens are not out of it just yet. It's 6-5. Hunters, they have secured match point, which is in fact a very important part to play. And oh boy, do we get to see the Candelas already being put to play all towards blue bunkers. Just try to give a lot of panic mode towards Shaheens, indicating that Hunters might go in for a rush or two. And technically it works out well. They did waste a lot of utilities. One smoke gas canisters have been expended as of now. Not a lot of utilities have been used. So at the cost expense of using 2 Candelas, you have to say Rattler did succeed in wasting 1 smoke gas canisters. But that'll be the only smoke gas canisters that Shaheens will be able to put use of it. And entirely put a total of 3 or 4 defenders keep their main focus in towards construction window, whereas the rest of the attackers are slowly doing their own work all the way towards hatch, hoping to use that distraction.
Well, for the time being, once again, a distraction could come into play. But of course, as we saw, Rattler using up the Candela to just, I don't really know exactly what it was for, as nobody really pushed blue bunker after, after everything. But right now, of course, they're going to just get the hatches open and get get themselves set up for a push into site. And, just set everything up, set the drones in, send the utilities, clear it out. You've got the Zofia, you've got the grenades, you've got the flashbangs and everything. And, wait, are they going to go down main stairs? I think they are. I think all of that preamble on meeting and front side was just that, a preamble. Smokes are out. Candelas are going to follow suit. Here go grenades as well. Everything's being thrown, but there's a C4 lying in wait. Jittery finds one. Rattler goes down. Jittery goes down. C4 goes up, but doesn't find anyone as a result. 3 versus 4 right now. C4, another one is blown up. Sparko is still safe from that. Gas grenade on towards blue, but the Zofia will just walk in, but not enough. As Skywalker will get that kill. Sparko comes around, finds one. That's Invi down. But there goes Sparko. Caesar taking that kill. It's now all down to Beat in a 1v2, effectively speaking. Mighty Ellie is on the floor. Can be revived, potentially speaking, if somebody gets to him in time. But Beat wants to potentially force this situation to go his way. Finds the confirmation and is going to go right for the plant. 15 seconds remaining. Is anybody going to come and try to go for maybe... No one's going to try and force him off the plant. 10 seconds remain. Here comes the Jaeger, but can't quite find him in the corner. Shots are fired, and it's Caesar who will be the one to take that kill. And there we go, folks. Well, That's round 12 going to Shaheens, and yeah, it took me a second to even confirm for myself. But yeah, it is 6-6. So brace yourselves and say it with me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 13. Are you ready for overtime?
Yup, overtime it is for Shaheens. 6-6. And now it always depends on these 3 rounds, folks. 3 rounds. If Shaheen succeeds on defense, then Hunters should do the same by winning on defense in round number 14. So everything is on the line for Hunters, mainly because if they lose this map, then that means that they would lose this grand finals. And Shaheens are very much closer to reaching their goal. And Hunters, they have a long way to go, folks. Not only do they have to win the map on Oregon, they have to win both map number 5 to push it all the way towards the decider in order for them to get themselves back up.
10 seconds
And
to
this
go.
is in fact a very difficult task for them. So let's see how well it will go out in round number 13, with Shaheens being on defense first. One single mistake can cause a lot of problems for the defenders, so everything is on the line. The same thing can be said for Hunters. Action phase is present. Not a lot of change in the operators, except Jittery will bring in the Nook. His main sole focus has to be removing out some of the players on the side of Shaheens, maybe removing Envy out, or maybe even Doctor, who's currently having a lot of great kills from their end. 15 and 7 kills, and so does Skywalker with a total of 10. So let's see how Hunter's LFO will proceed on this attack.
Well, for the time being, since it's attack, right, things aren't exactly going to be going all too well for Hunters, I think. I mean, their attack half wasn't actually all that bad. They kept pace with the Shaheens and made sure it was a 4-2, just as much as Shaheens had made sure that their attack half was a 4-2 as well. Rattler trying to find an early kill, potentially from this long angle from inside of Armory, going off towards, you know, that little extension line of sight that players tend to make in the attic wall. But for the time being, we're going to have the breach coming in. Sparko getting that done nice and quickly. As, yeah, they're just getting into position again. Hunters, when they're, starting to get poised like this, 9 times out of 10 is going to be a massive push that no one's particularly ready for. At least that's what it has been so far. Rattler opening up another angle, this time a rotate to get in and out of the, main bedroom, master bedroom side quickly, as Sandy is watching this particular area once again. This cross has been held for a long time. Doctor will take damage in the meanwhile. Malusi is slightly low, but Sandy's just going to walk right in. But never mind, they've reinforced off Attic, and the Jaeger has fled that area. They're really falling back right now, and there's one that can be seen. Yes, Doctor goes down. Sandy will take that kill, as Mighty Ali is very low, very, very low on HP. Is there anybody from below who wants to go for a C4? As Skywalker goes down, that's Sparko's kill, and the plant is now happening. And we don't white shares who could potentially stop this from going off. The C4 comes in. Envy, Mighty Ali, Caesar, everyone's going off, and Envy's Vulcan will also get the kill. Oh no. Barbed wire, Banshee, and there was a Jaeger as well, just in case the kill didn't go off. And an absolute collapse from the Hunters leaves them in shambles, as Shaheens will go to overtime, match point, and mind you, they are now on series point and tournament championship point. 1 round, and that's it.
1 round. And that's more than enough for Shaheens to get this win on Oregon. But the main problem of it all is that they'll be the ones going on attack. And mind you, the Vulcan shield, which was popped off with such perfection, even with the aggressive push that had made from Sandy's end, didn't work out. Why? Because it was reinforced. The site in which you'd always get to see a rotate being made all the way towards on Dom's main hall in towards the attic side, well, it was reinforced the time Sandy had pushed in into the scene. Everything was going well for Hunters, and then suddenly to end up in this result.
10 seconds.
C4 denial to remove 1, You even had a lot of players from the first floor itself to clear out every single players on the side of Hunters. And now they're facing
Attackers are moving
troubles.
out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Overtime match point for Shaheens. And they've got to make a way to gain entrance on basement, laundry, and supply room. And this time, I'm sure that they're not going in for a rush that we did get to see in the previous round in the second half. So they're going to play this slow and methodically. You could see we see two players on the side of Shaheens spawning in towards the junkyard side. They've already shown their presence, holding out the angles, making sure none of the roamers would make any attempts of going in for that peak. I mean, we did get to see Beat just remove the main stairs hallway and ended up getting an important kill. And now Shaheens will be very cautious about this. And I just realized Envy also has brought out the Capit too, so those fireballs would be very important, knowing that the Vomai isn't available here on the side of defense.
Those, of course, will be pretty important. That is for sure. Envy with the Capitao. As we all know, Capitao is just such a good operator. Not really picked all too often. He's a perfect counter to Wamai as well. And, you know, if you just time your flashbangs and use of other utilities correctly, then his firebolts and his smoke bolts can be really, really useful. Particularly the firebolts, I'd say, because the firebolts themselves are great against Wamai, because the magnets, sure, they'll redirect to the fireballs, but that just means the fire's going to go somewhere else instead of getting dealt with. And that, of course, depending on where the magnets are, could be a bad thing as well, as a gas grenade has been preemptively popped top of white stairs. Not really sure as to why. There seems like there is a player playing that. The smoke, to be specific, ideally going for the breach right now on Meeting Hatch. Minute 10, as Mighty, is not going to be able to go down there just yet. Shotgun smoke, and another gas canister is popped. They're really not wanting to let them get in, as Jittery gets two from out of nowhere. We didn't see that kill happen, unfortunately, but Jittery with two is going to be a big situation right now for Shaheens. They've lost both Mighty Ellie and Caesar. I think he's coming down the front side. Should find one in just a moment here. Banshee's giving away his position. Rattler gets Doctor in the meanwhile. 2v5. As we have Skywalker and Envy, the last two standing. We could still go to Max OT here, folks. So Skywalker will start things off, getting one. But there's one now in the hallway that you got to be careful of. Envy, top of hatch. Skywalker gets another.
Attackers have located a
Beautifully done. As you have the Capita's bolts being used up. Envy unaware of where these players are. Rattler gets one. Sparko gets the other. Hunters LFO are not done yet. Round 15. The last and final round. I was about to say final first. That's why I paused, like, you know, like, I lost my train of thought so quickly there. But anyhow, round 15, the final round, the last possible round in this half, in this match. Well, in this map, I should say. There's still plenty more rounds to go if Hunters win this. We're going to Basement Laundry. And if we all remember, Hunters and Shaheens have a bit of an equal trade going on this site.
Yes, it is, Jack. Especially, they've got to focus on the Meeting Hatch itself, because that's exactly what Hunters did twice. Especially some presence shown on basement bunkers, with some early presence from Rattler. Those distractions really did give Hunters the opportunity to change their positions all the way from basement laundry stairs. So technically, they're just playing mind games. And apparently the mind games did ended up favoring for Hunters on the second time when they went in for the basement laundry site. So the main question here for Shaheens is, would they take the bait? Would they go in for a very heavy anchored hold in towards the site? Or would they go in for a huge roam that could stop majority of this hold? Get an exact idea on where Hunters would go in for that execute. They could do exactly that. That's the reason why we see two of the players already heading in. Jittery not wasting any time at all to use the Gara hook all the way towards the big tower stairs. Immediate control, and now it's just questions. Shaheens have already made their game plan. Doctor is not using his shotgun Jaeger, and this time he'll be bringing in the Wamai this time. A lot of utility denial from the side of Shaheens, which means they'll be heavily met with grenades, smokes, candelas, and flashbangs. But Envy, on the other hand, he might be able to find the opening peg, holes being made, and Jittery, does he knows this? It's just closely. As Envy still has no idea on where Jittery is, and this might be used. The timing!
Oh
Oh
boy.
no! It just runs away! Envy! Oh Jesus. This is the second time Envy has got away safely from the stairs. Two times, Jack. No response
Mhm.
from Hunters yet.
I mean, mind you, we're just past the 2 minute mark on the round, or 1 minute. Seems the 1 minute done, I should say, on the clock right now. As we've just gone past minute 45. Okay, never mind. I should stop keeping the time like this. I'm not a clock, but we're just waiting to see if hunters really have any sort of response right now. That's an interesting place to put a. How should I put it? A magnet, as that's covering the hatch, sure. But if somebody comes down the main tower stairs, then that magnet's going to be taken out pretty quickly. Freezer drone has been spotted. Caesar's going to try and take that out. Whoever is going to try and take that out. There we go. Those drones in these positions, you know, Shaheens know where these drones are. And they're taking them down bit by bit, taking away the hunters' overall, you know, their overall intel presence right now. Here come the Candelas, and it's all about to fall right in as the Candelas have been thrown in. Here we go.
The diffuser.
No, never mind. They're not actually going to go in off of that. They're still playing this safe. They don't want to drop just yet. Another Candela is about to be thrown. There is no Womai Magnet to stop this one. But never mind, there is actually. As that Candela will not go off, but it, well, not exactly where they wanted it to, but they did not know where Doctor was, and he gets one, can he get two? Yes, he does. On the tower stairs, there's one more. Jittery comes in, saves it. Sandy finds one, but Sparkle goes down. In the meanwhile, Diffuser has been dropped. Sandy getting in V as well. 2v2. Caesar and Mighty Ellie, the last two standing. Sandy and Jittery have to find these two, but Mighty Ellie gets Sandy, and it's all down to Jittery, the MVP of so many rounds right now. Has to get this one v2. It's all down to him, or there's no tomorrow for Hunters right now. Shots fired, Jittery taking damage, position given away in the hallway, stuck with nowhere to go, now inside of Blue Bunker. Or well, in the cubby, next to Blue Bunker. He's trying to look for something, but can't get it. Mighty Ellie will be the one to close it out, shotgun in hand. And with that, folks, you have your new SA Pro Series, the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition winners, dethroning the returning champions. It will be the Shaheens with an 8-7 victory and a 3-0 in the best of 5. It is the Shaheens who have won it all. 1,200 US dollars and 10 points in the SA Nationals points board. Here are your winners, the Shaheens.
Yep, Shaheens, what a way to respond back, especially in the fall series, all the way to lower brackets. They went even further and beyond to the grand finals, and they ended up defeating Hunters LFO on a 3-0 scoreline in the fall series. What a way to end things off in the grand finals, and what a way to, see the storyline that could happen between these two teams. Now, not only do we have to focus on Kira Esports, Mercenaries, Hunters, LFO, you should also be worrying about Team Shaheens, because they are up. I mean, they are just. They're just out there. And the way how the performance have been shown around on all three maps really shows that Shaheens can be a greatest competitor in the SA region itself here.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we've always known, right? Shaheens have always been a pretty good competitor against these top teams. It's just come down to some minor issues here and there. Sometimes, some days, just not working out for them. And mind you, Shaheens as a team themselves weren't exactly a thing too long ago. They're comprised of players from different teams and wildly different ages and experience levels as well. And for them to have come together like this to now win out the fall series here is quite amazing to see. That is for sure. As of course, they'll be ecstatic right about now, proving all the naysayers wrong, making sure that their critics know exactly what they're talking about when they take the name of the Shaheens, folks. Some of these players, of course, they've even been in the Mercenaries roster, even in Hunter's roster before. Again, it's really just been a big shuffle since those early days of 2020 and onwards. But here we are with the Shaheens winning the fall series. Let's go into the highlights, talk about the map Oregon, because there is actually quite a bit to talk about in this map. And really, at the end of the day, when it began, Hunters still looked like how they did in maps 1 and 2, a little bit discordant, a little bit disjointed. But at the same time, Shaheens also seemed a little bit tired. Maybe they were taking a second to just recuperate the amount of energy that they may have spent in the first couple maps there. Because after round three, going to round four onwards, they really were on top of their game. Even on Oregon defense, there were a couple of rounds there that they really seemed to just know what they're doing, and it really took the hunters to just wake up and start showing them what for the game to escalate even more. The 7-3-7-2 from earlier in maps 1 and 2, that doesn't really say much about both of these teams, but you know what does say a whole lot about them? That is their performance here on Oregon. This is what we were expecting right from the get-go. So Hunters definitely woke up, yes, but unfortunately it was a little too late. Already 0-2 down and already in a bit of a pinch. They simply did not have enough leg room to stand on, and unfortunately they just they stumbled, lost their way, and unfortunately now lost the game itself.
Yep. All the way to the final round, round number 15, 8-7. Hunters LFO. They've tried to bring this back up, but in the end, it was Shaheens who would get the end in round number 15 nonetheless. 7-2, 7-3, 8-7, with Shaheen showing a powerful performance on defense, especially in the second half. The only rounds where Hunters had good control was on towards first floor side and also on basement side too, where they had good amount of you know the kills that had been made from both Sandy and Rattlers' end. We did get to see some friendly banters being made, but all in all, Shaheens, they managed to bring this back. Although the presence was not shown a lot on summer and spring, but in the fall edition, my goodness, they have really shown that there is a lot of potential in this region. Shaheens, well, congratulations to them. Not only do they have won the grand prize pool of 1,200 US dollars, they would also claim a total of 10 points in the fall series. They only had 2 points, Jack. 2 points in the summer series. And now they're not gonna add 10 points including that, so a total of 12 points, in which they'll be in fourth position on the SA national points table. Now I've got to say it's a really great day for Shaheens, winning a lot of opportunities, making a lot of upsets too, especially in this whole fall season. We've seen Kira Esports being eliminated. We even saw Mercenaries going down, especially in the lower brackets, at the hands of Shaheens and Phalanx. And now we see Hunters LFO secure second place.
Both Hunters and Mercenaries definitely not having the best fall series. I think we can all agree on that one. As Mercenaries finishing third, Hunters finishing second, excuse me, and of course Kira Esports finishing, what was it, sixth or fifth, right? They only got 2 points at the end of the day. So yeah, the top three of the region not having the best, but for Hunters, not having the best series means being second place. So they're still pretty much up there. Shane's, in the meanwhile, of course, they are putting their name up for best in the region. They will be talking about this for a while. I mean, a lot of people will be talking about this for a while. It takes a lot to dethrone the Hunters, and even more so to take them on and win 3-0. And that is exactly what the Shaheens have done here. So, Hunters LFO, well, they'll need to work on a few things going into the Nationals, as there is some time before, we get everything set and ready and the Nationals gets underway. So there's time to practice, there's time to get even better. And in the Nationals, of course, we expect these teams to be at their absolute best, because they will 100% need to do so. But for now, folks, that is going to be it for the BO5. It is a 3-0, and do not let that 3-0, do not let that 3-0 confuse you, folks, because of course, while it might be three maps, there were many rounds that came so close. Here you go, match summary, 8-7, and so many double-digit figures to break down and really talk about right now. Sandy going 16-12 with a 53%, 3-1 on entry. Jittery 3-0 on entry as well, 12-12, 67%. Beat really doing probably the most in terms of all round presence, 13-13 and 73%. A good survival rate on all three. Sparko, once again, a pretty quiet map, 410 with a 69%, doing whatever he could on the support, of course. Rattler as well, but of course with a few more kills, 814 to his name. And of course, finally, not finally, but on the other side, Envy, 17-11 with 80% on the cost, 3-1 on the first kill as well. So Envy clearly doing quite a lot of work right there for the team. And I think, the quietest round, quietest map was for Mighty Ellie, but Mighty Ellie was doing, support work. And that is at excuse me, that is still 710 60%. Doctor going 911, 33% KOST to him, as it were. I mean, still a pretty good map, all things considered. 10-9 to Caesar, 13-11 to Skywalker, and 8-7, folks, on Oregon, as Shaheens will get this win, get this bread, get this W. Say what you will, they have done it. And at least for the time being, until the Nationals, they have dethroned the best in the region. Now they will be looking at the Nationals with, fire in their eyes.
Yep, there you have it. Results of the grand finals matchup between Shaheens and Hunters LFO. 7-2 on Villa, 7-3 on Theme Park. And then we had our final map number 3, Oregon, 8-7, favoring the side of Team Shaheen, securing 3 maps back to back up against Team Hunters. We won't be able to see Map Clubhouse in map number 4. We won't be able to see Team Bank because Shaheens have already done it. 3-0. They have secured first place in the fall series. They'll be happy about this, and they'll be having good points as well from the series too. And there's a lot that we do have to talk about, especially the South Asian Nationals. We've completed all 3 series, Jack. We've completed summer, we've completed spring, and now we've completed fall too, with Hunters, Mercenaries, Kira, and now Shaheens securing their respective positions, first, second, third, and fourth. And you still have the rest of the 4 players still being qualified for the South Asian Nationals. Why, like we'll be able to get to see the table itself once we get the a proper once we get the table itself, we'll be able to see who are the rest of the 4 teams who are currently in the leaderboards. But for now, folks, here are your champions for the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Give it up for Team Shaheens.
There we go, folks. Shaheens are the ones who have now won this entire competition. They are definitely going to be looking forward to, you know, some more action in the SA Nationals. And folks, don't go anywhere. We're not exactly done with this post show yet. We've got a little thing coming up that we'll talk about in just a quick minute. But of course, while we get everything set up for that, I gotta say though, Shaheen's now 4th seed for the Nationals, up to 12 points. They will definitely be facing Hunters, Mercenaries, Kira Esports, all of them once again. And they'll be looking to defeat them once again as well. We hope to see their now renewed, not even renewed, but enhanced vigor and spirit in those matches as well. And that, of course, means that we will have more and more to look forward to. Again, as these storylines and as these teams progress, we are, of course, going to be more and more excited to cover them for all of our viewers at home. This is the thing about Siege, right? Sure, some maps and matches might not go all the way to the exciting levels that we know they can, but when they do, when these maps and matches do go the way we think they do, or will, excuse me, of course, that is when the best of the best happens, folks. And this match, once again, best of the best. That is, one of the ways I would describe it. Absolutely. And so with all that being said, folks, once again, of course, we're going to be, we're just going to be taking a second here just to let it all sink in. And with all that being said, folks, I think we've got a little something special coming up for all of our viewers at home. A segment with the one, the only, Mighty Ali in just a short second here, folks. And there you have it. Mighty Ali, welcome to the production side of things. How does it feel? You guys are now the champions of the Fall Pro Series.
थैंक यू सो मच बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम मैं अल्लाह का बहुत शुक्र अदा करना चाहता हूँ कि हम विक्टोरियस रहे हैं लाइक द अंडरडॉग्स और लाइक वी आर रियली हैप्पी राइट नाउ बिकॉज वी शोड अवर पोटेंशियल हमने अपनी पूरी पावर दिखाई है सबको कि व्हाट वी आर केपेबल ऑफ
Yeah,
That is, of
that's
course, yeah, just very, very inspiring as well. You guys' journey has been great. Summer and spring wasn't exactly the best time for you guys. We do remember the journeys you had there, but to come all the way up to the finals, now fourth seed for the Nationals. So, how do you guys feel about that?
ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग वी वर वेटिंग फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी इसके लिए हम इंतजार कर रहे थे बिकॉज एज यू नो हम अपने फुल रोस्टर के साथ नहीं खेले जो पिछले टेक किए थे और अभी हम जाके क्योंकि प्लेयर्स अवेलेबल नहीं थे हमारे अब जाके हमारा पूरा रोस्टर कंप्लीट हुआ है और हमें तब से ही यकीन था अपनी टीम पे कि हम जो है ना अपना पूरा बेस्ट देंगे एंड वी शोड यू ऑल we defeated the two best teams of this region with a score of 2-0 and 3-0 like nil.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 2-0 from Mercedes' end and 3-0 from Hunter's LFO. And yeah, I do understand that, Materially. Like, NB wasn't present in the lower brackets matchups, right? You guys had lost against MRCZ in the upper brackets 2-0, and then you had to
नहीं
fight
नहीं
all the way
नहीं
from
नहीं
lower
कर सकता
brackets
तुम्हारा
to
क्वेश्चन
reach
मार्क
the
ही थी
grand
मैं फिर
finals
तो
into
क्वेश्चन
the
मार्क
fall
इसमें क्या
series.
कर रहा
So
हूँ
I've got to ask the amount of journey that you guys had all the way from summer, spring, and fall. Fall, I mean, on spring series, you guys couldn't qualify, but in summer,
yes
you've only secured 2 points. Now, you've secured 10 points
yes
in this series. So, how do you feel about that, Ali?
yes we are really happy बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हैं हम इस
Mm-hmm.
के लिए लेकिन अभी जर्नी एंड नहीं हुई बिकॉज
Mm-hmm.
एज यू नो नेशनल्स आगे हो रहे हैं और लेट मी टेल एवरीवन दैट वी आर aiming for relegation. अभी हमारी जर्नी खत्म नहीं हुई. This was just the trailer of Shaheen with the full potential.
Yeah. We
Absolutely,
really can't wait for
absolutely
that to
something to
happen,
look
Ali.
forward to.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. So, with that being said, one last questions. What more can we expect from you in the Nationals itself, and going forward from there, even farther from the Nationals as a team? How far are you guys looking to go?
Uh, I want to tell the viewers and every team that Shaheen से बिल्कुल surprising आप लोगों को मिलने लगे results आगे because we have many big things incoming. This was just the trailer, as I said. We are going huge. Two or three or to the best teams in the region is not simple. We're
Oh
going
yeah.
big, inshallah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So, thank you for joining us, my dearly. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so
And
much.
before we send you on your way to celebrate with your team, we know you're anxious to go and really party with the boys.
Yeah, yeah.
One final message to all of your fans across the region who have been watching, waiting for this moment with bated breath.
मैं सब व्यूअर्स को थैंक यू करना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि आई हैव नोटिस दैट शाहीन के मैच में व्यूअरशिप ज़्यादा आई है और काफ़ी लोग जो है ना हमारे मैचेस देख सकते हैं सो लव यू ऑल गाइस and keep supporting us. Thank you so much. And one more thing I have to add, I would like to thank the Esports Club. This management is beautiful, I would say. जो भी वो मैच कंडक्ट लाजमी करवाते हैं द Esports वाले मैच पहले ये होता था आई हैव टू एड्रेस दिस कि पहले ये होता था कि मैच में लेट आते थे तो जब मैच ही कैंसिल हो जाता था लेकिन इस जो मैनेजमेंट है इसने बहुत ब्रिलियंट काम किया ये मैच लाजमी करवाते हैं फेयर गेम प्ले होता है एंड दे असिस्ट द प्लेयर्स efficiently like this is the best management ever like we are really enjoying with them. Thank you so much the Esports Club.
Absolutely. And thank you for joining us as well. Mighty Ali, part of the champions team. Of course, the Shaheens. Once again, folks, a 3-0 over the Hunters. Not an easy feat by any sense of the word. So, Mighty, we'll send you on your way now. Thank you once again for joining us. And yeah, that
Thank you,
is,
thank you.
yes, that is, of course, pretty much part of everything we had in store for all of our viewers here today. And folks, thank you for joining us as well when it comes down to this pro series. It has been quite the journey here and now for us as well here at the Casters Deck, myself, Blackjack, my co-host Baba Gusta, and of course Aggressive and CCV who have joined us, and Elika, how could I forget, of course, all of whom have joined us in this journey. And without him, of course, a lot of this wouldn't quite be the same as it has been. Of course, our fantastic producer, Assassin47, catching us so many of these beautiful highlights and caught in 4K moments, of course, who could forget? And our admin team, just like Mighty Ellie said on the back end, our admin team doing fantastic job, keeping things up, keeping things fair, and keeping things running. Of course, folks, if you've enjoyed the matches, if you've enjoyed competitive Siege, get the game. We are supported by Ubisoft. After all, it is their game, and it's a fantastic one at that. Links are in the description. Another link, of course, goes to Zotac Gaming for some fantastic and pretty powerful gaming GPUs. And of course, if you're hungry for more content and live streams, head on over to our broadcast partner, Loco, for not just the Esports Club content, but many others from some very talented and very just amazing streamers and content creators in general. And with all that being said, folks, that's going to do it for the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I've been your host, Blackjack, alongside our co-hosts, Baba Gusta, CCV, Aggressive, and Elika. And of course, from all of us here, thank you for watching. Keep an eye out on the socials for announcements related to the SA Nationals. We ain't done just yet. But until then, stay tuned and good night. 6